All right. Happy Friday, guys. We made it. Not quite sure what happened earlier. YouTube hating. What's funny is nobody was even on, yet we somehow had some dangerous, harmful content. I mean, it may have been Germ Corp giving us that PCE data. Came in hot, market tanking, so that might have been harmful. Or there could be some haters out there. We don't know. Hold on one second, guys. Oh, Jamie Dimon says inflation is so insidious it could damage growth for 10 years. Haters gonna hate. Haters gonna hate. Eyes doing better there, Girth. Okay, that's good. We're in a step in the right direction. The market getting absolutely spanked. The SPY down 1.25% here in the pre-market. What's up, Just Joe? Good morning, good morning. A little bit late today, but put's gonna be going burr. WINT, I seen Ace Lee, I seen you asking about that this morning. They did a 50-for-1 split. Or 1 for 50, I should say. Reverse split. Rippington City, that's what I'm talking about. I do have the boy home again today. Another ice day here in beautiful Niagara Falls. So if you hear him, I do apologize. Fun fact, though, people were ice skating in parking lots last night around my area, so that's fun. Randy! What's up, Mr. Stagner? So PCE coming up hotter than expected. And I seen Germ Corp saying now the Fed's basically got interest rates in March, May, and June priced in. So 3 more. I don't know. I think so. The core PCE price index was estimated at 4.4%, came in at 4.7. Not good. Not good. Reality is starting to set in, I think, a little bit on inflation and Fed rates, and not not being able to avoid a recession. That's exactly what he said, Randy. Hot and her. So Mester this morning, Fed lady says we need to be somewhat above 5% and stay there for quite some time. Kramer's backtracking like a son of a bitch here. He told us 2 days ago how inflation was done, the rally's on. Go fuck yourself, Kramer. There, how's that for hateful content? Lying piece of shit. Comes on here every day and spins a different bullshit and just sells people a big bag of lies. Anyways, it's Friday, guys. We're off to a fantastic start. Who's this? Lonnie Smith? I don't know if he's an ex-basketball star. I never heard of the guy. Yeah, I mean it's pretty obvious the hardships that Nike's put Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods, and the same thing, you know, Adidas did to Kanye. So I could see where, you know, you can see the them holding him down. Funny that he doesn't think that Nike's done enough for the Chinese people that you know, put together Nikes for a couple dollars a day. Those people Nike's been fair to. But these athletes, you know, with only these multi-million-dollar deals to wear sneakers, where do you get off, Nike? Where do you get off? Yeah, I think that got overblown, Nick. I think what they're trying to do is repurpose the shoes in a different way. But I don't think anything would be off the table. You know, companies like to take moral high ground until it affects the bottom line. Beyond Meats, stock pops on better than expected sales earnings. And oil heads for weekly losses, futures in. How old is this? Oh, an hour ago. Oh, oil futures are probably still up. That's craziness. But I mean, does bringing them back even do any? You know what I mean? I think the damage is done. Do you bring them back? Do you sell any of those? I mean, I would be I'd be talking to Goodyear or something like that. Now, Nick, I haven't looked too much into it. Is this what they plan to make in the future? Because I've heard right around $1 billion, give or take, on what they're what they're losing now just on inventory. So just on what they, items that they already have. And I don't think that even included like future earnings. I think that just included the what they have on hand right now. I could be wrong on that, but I imagine, yeah, annually. But I guess when Ron D, I'm jealous, Ron. I am jealous. That is a fantastic bobblehead. Not gonna lie, kind of something I've always wanted since watching The Office with Dwight Schrute. But whoever made that did a good job, my friend. And then reading the backstory of it now, was that, I think you said a friend is getting married, right? And was that like was that part of that process? Like a gift for that? Because they did a hell of a job. 1.3 billion for the current year. Yeah, I know they had a lot. Like I don't know if the whole thing was tied up in inventory, but this was maybe 2 weeks ago. I think it was the CFO. I don't think it was the CEO. Repurposing the shoes, but making them something different. Like I said, I'd be contacting Toyota or Goodyear or something, say, hey, we got a bunch of rubber bullshit. You want to make tires out of it? Let's go. Good morning, Doctor. Arctic Fox. Sorry, I'm a little thrown off. I didn't get a chance to say good morning because of what was going on here. This is gonna be a red day, guys. I am not going to I mean, maybe we get a turnaround, who knows, but just be prepared. Not looking not looking good. The SPY set the Dow's down more than that. Dow's down 388 points. So that's about 1.2%, right around the same as the SPY. Yep, another red day, CBS. I mean, let's look at the positive of this, though. We knew this was coming, and I'm not saying this is the end-all, be-all, but we knew at some point the rubber had to meet the road on all the data that we've got so far this year. As far as inflation numbers, as far as jobless claims, as far as job creations, everything has counteracted each other. Everything's counteracted. We haven't seen any kind of clear signs of the Fed's plan working. We haven't seen any clear signs of inflation slowing. We haven't seen any clear signs of the job market slowing. So I don't mean this to sound like a jerk when I say, we should have seen this coming, because I think a lot of us did. It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. And here we are. So hopefully yesterday, we had a tremendous comeback yesterday, finished the day pretty green. I thought I heard that. I thought I heard that. I take that back, guys. I recanter my last thing. Yes, we are in a disinflationary environment. He really had nothing to back that up with either, Nick, which was what was so funny. Because we haven't seen any signs. I mean, take out the fact that we've seen CPI data from December get raised. But even taking that out, even taking the numbers that we got, we haven't, we've seen a slowdown in the rate of increase, but we haven't seen a decrease at all. I don't know. I don't know where we go. I think the job market will be the next thing that they target. And I don't know how they target that. I really don't. Like, it was known at the beginning of this, after they stopped telling us that inflation was transitory. It was known that we needed a 10 to 20% unemployment rate for their plan to be effective. Now, they didn't say that out loud too much, but if you looked into it, that was part of their plan. And we're not getting there. We're not getting there as far as they're telling us. Now, whether those numbers are accurate or not, that's another story. You think that was worse than transitory and soft land? Well, yeah, probably, because the immediate effects are going to be worse than it. I think transitory was probably the worst because that drew out for many months. But I agree. That's true. That's very true, Bree. If you walk 10 miles into the woods, you usually have to walk 10 miles to get back out. Yeah. That's a good little Friday fact for you. Blessed Auto Group. What's up, brother? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. Well, you got to think that, yeah, they should have. They should have, Randy. I mean, hindsight's always 20/20. I think it's going to go down, probably more, Blessed. I think it's probably going to, but I don't know, because I wasn't as aware of this either, Blessed, of how much stock the Fed puts into the PCE data, more so than CPI. CPI data is what really gets pushed through the media, all that stuff. And not that they didn't cover PCE, but they gave us the numbers and they moved right on. So I think there should be a bigger reaction, and not just the numbers themselves. Like I said, I think we're at the point where reality is setting in. You're snowed in, Nan? Snow in California? I'm iced in. I'm not snowed in, though. Oh, that NorCal snow. Oh, that's that pure Colombian. I didn't know you guys got But that's the thing, Blessed. Are we at another one of these points where we see the data, we know what's coming, but at the same time, the market reacts to it for a minute and then says, we're out. I seen that, Arctic Fox. I seen that Martin calling out those bear apes, BAER apes. I love it. What's AMC doing? Trying to make a little move here, holding above 609 on AMC. So yeah, buckle up, guys. This one might get ugly today. The Dow's down 382 points in the pre-market. I can't remember. I'm trying to think the last time the Dow was down that much in the pre-market. We may have got that off of CPI data a few months ago. Not sure, though. Michael J, aloha. Good morning. Good morning. All right. 4 minutes, guys. Maybe we'll have the other guy joining us here. Yeah, I would. You're thinking 192? I could see that. I could see it going falling lower than that, and if it does, I will be there to snag a call option for next week. Germ Corp, back again. Back like we never left, baby. And I think you're right there too, Nick. At least we're pricing in the 0.5% hike now. So when J Powell gives us the bad news, we can fake pump to the moon again. Oh, 75 there yesterday, huh, Sabrina? My city looks like a Canadian ice skating rink. Euro dollar futures all sold off on the rate hikes. Germ Corp, gun to your head. Does the Fed get over 6%? Don't fret on Tesla, Michael J. I think we'll see some downside, but I'm still stoked on Tesla for next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, Investor Day. Oh, Wells Fargo raised Tesla price target to 190 from 150. And again, that's not financial advice. It may turn out to be a big nothing. But I'm very interested to see what comes out of Investor Day at Tesla. I think if it's just automobile related news, I don't think we see much action. I'm hoping that it's something outside of the box. And kind of what I've been pondering, we heard about them getting into some mining stuff like that. I still have, it could be a Cybertruck announcement. I don't think that he would say that it's something that's important to not. He made I forget how the statement was. I'm paraphrasing, but it was basically this is going to be a huge announcement, not just for Tesla shareholders, but for all of humanity, something along those lines. 5 seconds, guys. So I don't think it would be something that mundane, although I could be completely wrong, Nick. And we are off and running. The Dow opening down just over 1%. The S&P opening down 1.25%. And the NASDAQ opening down 1.6%. Looks like things want to Tesla trying to push up here. AMC doing the same. Apple dropping. Microsoft pushing a little bit. This could get ugly. But yeah, what I was thinking, and Nick, I might have talked to you about this a little bit in Discord. And this is far-fetched, I know, but I think when Elon said back in November, maybe October, whatever that that conference when he spoke, and he had alluded to Tesla mining themselves, not just buying into a mining company, but, you know, doing the mining themselves. And my first thought was, okay, what experience do they have in this? And I immediately go to boring. Okay, and this could be far-fetched, maybe tinfoil hatty, but we haven't seen anything really come to fruition with that. I don't think underground driving cars, that stuff, I don't see it in the any time in the near future. But hypothetically, what if while doing all this boring setup and research and stuff like that, they weren't really trying that. Maybe they were testing mining equipment and doing it in a way where, okay, we're not going to test this new equipment someplace where we could damage the precious stuff that we want to get. So we do it here where we're just digging into California or whatever. And I don't know. I could see them having some kind of, and I'm not saying that this is going to come at this meeting or even going to come at all, but my thought is if Tesla is going to get into, going to do it the way that owners are doing it, they're gonna do something that changes the game, in my opinion, anyways. OCEA halted. OCEA halted upside at 906. So OCEA, after running up to 26.59 yesterday, dropped all the way to 768, back up at 906. Market holding. The Dow down 1.07%. S&P up slightly from where it opened, down 1.25%. NASDAQ down 1.5%. BAER, Bridgewater Aerospace Group, that is halted to the upside as well. Martin, where you at? All right, so BAER halted. Lunar halted as well to the upside, LUNR. So that's halted to the upside at 24.60. This is another one that's been wild. Ran up to $136. Look at this hour chart. So, I mean, you still got some room to run on this thing, but that's too risky for my blood. What else do we have halted? So, Lunar halted. That's Intuitive Machines. Ocean Biomedical, OCEA halted. Bayer just went live. Bayer went live, pushing up, hit 1182. Go to the minute chart on this. Wow. Good call, Mr. Apollo. Good morning, my lady. Happy Friday. Good to see you. Good to see you. The plot thickens, Bree. Just saw a post on OCEA and it disappeared before you could click on it, possibly being edited. We shall see. Did that go? That's out of the halt as well. OCEA almost cracked $10, hit $9.99, drop back. Now we're at $9.18. Bayer come back down. Bayer may be halted to the downside. No verification on that yet. There we go. Halted to the downside at 10.59 now on Bayer. Lunar still halted to the upside. OCEA falling now back below that $9 mark, $8.65. Market's heading back south again. You know what's not, though, is Cybin. CYBN. I know tennis is in on that. Someone else was asking about Cybin yesterday. Dr. Whom, maybe? Was that you? Up a cool 4%. Block had their earnings yesterday. I believe Cash App was the bright spot of their earnings. I haven't dug into it too much, but I think Cash App was the big bright spot. Windtree Therapeutics, WINT, that did that excuse me. I had a brain fart. My phone was going off. Did that 1 for 50 reverse split overnight. They're halted to the downside at 7.59. Lunar still halted up at 24.60. OCEA coming back up past where it was halted, 9.34, still down 14% on OCEA. AMC now down just 1.25%, 6.15 on AMC, to just a hair under 220 on APE. GameStop at 19.89, down 1.25%. Bed Bath & Beyond down 3.5%. ETAO, this thing was pretty crazy yesterday too for a minute, and then the bottom just fell out right there. But that's up 10% today. ETAO 417. This Lunar been halted for 10 minutes now, so I wonder if there's news coming out on this. Not their IPO, Bree. Let me double check that. I think they were a SPAC merger. So essentially, but yeah, so they were a blank check company all the way up until here, and then they did the SPAC merger, and that was back at the end of January. It's only a couple weeks ago. Lunar unhalted and flying. This thing's HKD Junior. Looks like we're halted again to the upside, 28.92. No official word yet. Okay, I take that back. That was a Weeble glitch. Excuse me. pushing further up, 29.90, trying to crack 30 on LUNR. BAER still halted. WINT still halted. 29.60, 29.70 on LUNR. And pushed through, hit 31.15, 30.75. I smells a halt coming. 31.15. Now for LUNR. Still no sign. And there it is. Okay, we are halted. Upside 31.15 on Intuitive Machines, LUNR. Wintry still halted to the downside. Bayer halted to the downside. OCEA hanging around that 9.15 mark. Yeah, there was a company that IPO'd last week and didn't do much. What the hell was it? I know exactly what you're thinking of, Bree. And I can't think of the name. But yeah, there was one that IPO'd, dropped like a mug, and then was running one day this week. I apologize. All the days, it's been a crazy week. All the days coming together. So I've been holding that 3%, trying to crack 49 cents on CYBN. OCEA now halted to the upside. 10.19. So we got Lunar halted, OCEA halted, both to the upside. WINT, BAER both halted to the downside. And then real quickly, you got Apple down 1.7%, Microsoft down 1.7%, Amazon down 2.25%, Tesla down 3.5%, coming down near daily lows, 194.62 we hit just a second ago. Google down 1.33%, Nvidia down close to 2%, Berkshire down almost 1%, Meta down 2%, and United Health down about 0.25%. That may have been it, Bree. NFTG. Sounds familiar. I'm like you though. It's like old school phone numbers where if you hear a phone number like from your childhood, like that, like a house number, you automatically think you know it just because, you know. So I've been known to get some tickers confused. Still getting okay volume. You know, I mean, not in comparison to its average volume over the last 90 days because we had some crazy volume days, but still 5 million trades. To put it in perspective, it's got 5 times the volume of Ape right now and twice the volume of AMC and 20 times the volume just about of GME. In the market slipping further, the Dow down 1 1/3% now. S&P cracked that 1.5% loss, and the Nasdaq approaching 2% losses, down 1.85%. All these halts still halted. So Bear's been halted for 10 minutes. Wintree's been halted for 9. OSHA only 4. And Lunar 5. Bear is back live. Falling here back to the $10 mark. So we went as high as $12.45, back under $10 now, $9.36. Falling fast. Maybe halted downside, $9.17 on BAER. And Lunar is back live. And that's not it, sorry. Pushed up, hit $35, back down now at $32. That BAER is halted to the downside at $9.17. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. I talked to him right when he was dropping the boy off from school, or to school. So I hope hope everything's good. So Lunar halted now, downside. OSHA back open. Ran up to 1020, pushing back down now, 930. Let's see if this halts back to the downside. Yes, I believe so. If everybody can try to get 3 grandmas in the chat. Possibly we could get him in here. Nope. What'd you say yesterday, Bree? You had me cracking up. Did you say you haven't won a slot at all? All you get is I forget how you worded it, but it was pretty damn funny. All right, Bear halted downside, Lunar halted downside. OSHA did not get halted. That's pushing back up a little bit, 916. AMC fighting, trying to hold 601. Ape now down 3.5%, 214 on Ape. Puking on grandmas, bears, and banjos. Concert business is booming, but the problem now is there's more fans than tickets, and prices rise to meet demand. Solution: more shows or fewer fans. Guys, I'm sorry. Give me 2 minutes here. My dog is wiling out downstairs. And she's a pit bull, so there's always the chance she's attacking the boy. I doubt it, but just give me a quick couple minutes to run down there and check. I'll be right back. Hold tight. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Live action Scooby-Doo episodes going on downstairs. I love that puking on an emotional support dog while giving it the finger wins you 500 OTC. BBBY, yeah, pushing 143, almost 144 here. 2.5% gains. GTA, where you at? Didn't you pick up some of this BBBY? Did you pull the trigger at all, Nick, on any? We got everything still about the same. The Dow down 1 1/3, S&P down over 1.5, Nasdaq down 1.85 cents. Bayer at 9:30 now. Looks like the halt fest is over there. GGAA said hold my beer. We'll halt to the downside at 14.15 on GGAA. Lunar now down at 27.75. Cybin pushing up more, closing in on that 50 cents, 49.82 cents on Cybin. OSHA down at 9.20. Okay, it was you, Dr. Whom. I thought so. Oh, man. They took out the chicken coop? Did the weather take it out or the coyotes? I heard coyotes be getting into those chicken coops. We'll get you some new chickens. Nah, don't you worry. Don't you worry. All right, guys, 10 o'clock, half hour into TGI Friday. I thought maybe it was the thumbnail that got us kicked off earlier. I thought maybe somebody took offense to Joey Gladstone or to the perfect strangers down in the corner, or just didn't get the joke and reported us. One of the three. Or possibly putting Cousin Belky on the thumbnail might be hate speech nowadays. I don't know. Bayer falling a little bit more, 865 on BAER. This is a little disturbing right here. Not quite a heat map, but I'll bring the heat map up in 1 second, but this is just as good. Look at these. The top sector today is financial services, down 0.8%. Consumer defensive, consumer non-cyclicals, both down over 1.12%. Utilities down 1.3%. Healthcare down 1.25%. Industrials down 1 1/3. Energy down 1 2/3. Along with communication, real estate down. Real estate, consumer, cyclical, both down 1 3/4%. And tech and down essentially 2%. Oh, the chickens are okay? Okay, so you just got to rebuild the coop. Where do you got the chickens now? Yeah, from what I hear, Sabrina, and from my, I don't have much experience with coyotes. We see them on the golf course here once in a while. From what I understand, anyways, if there's one of them, you don't really have to worry too much. But when they're in a pack, that's when you do. I watched a really cool video yesterday of these hyenas that killed this buffalo. And then these lions tried to come in and eat the buffalo. And man, he's pushed them lions right out of there, boy. Them hyenas do not play around. Oh, here's some positive numbers. Okay, so we were waiting on the new home sales numbers. 670,000 versus 620,000. How that affects the market, I'll get a coin and flip it and let you guys know. Because right now, it's very tough to distinguish what good data, if good data is good for the market or not. It's a subcategory, Nick. It's a subcategory, gaming retail stores. And we'll see. We'll see. Kevin O'Leary still predicts that cryptocurrency will be the next sector of the stock market. So we'll see if that ever gets there. Yeah, I want to know where these chickens are being stored right now, Nan. Are they in the house with you? Is the chicken on your person? 2006 on gaming retail stores. Look at that BBBY, Nick. Man, you had the right feeling. You had the right feeling. It just didn't drop to where you thought. Not saying it's not going to get there, but I'm just saying you called this upside. Oh, so you got a chicken cave now. Snowmageddon in California. Crazy. I don't really feel bad for you, Nan. I don't really feel bad for you. I watched a Jehovah's Witness almost kill herself trying to come to my door yesterday before I got a chance to go out and shovel. And I'll tell you what, I don't know a whole lot about the Jehovah's Witnesses, but dedication is one thing I would put up there. Because this lady must have had spikes on her boots. Because when I went out and shoveled right after she was doing there, I fell right on my face as soon as I walked out. What's up, tennis? Yes, I've been on the move. Where we at? We were about to hit 50 cents a minute ago. 49.61 cents. Our own Dr. Whom, I think, is in on that with you, too. They were targeting people. They figured school, there was no school. Parents are probably home. Maybe the kids. Yeah, they were out in full force. The mailman didn't even come, but the Jehovah Witness did. Oh, they think only a certain amount of people get into heaven? Like, it's a literal list? I mean, if I'm ever on my deathbed, I might try to join that list. Try to sew up some loose ends just in case. You never know. I might even be down to become a Scientologist at the end, just in case that science fiction guy was right. Well, it's been strange, Bree. It's been a mild winter in some senses here. If you look at the overall landscape, because we had a lot of days, we had, stretches of a week, 2 weeks where it was unseasonably warm, things like that. But when we got hit hard this year. This is probably the fourth major storm that we had that shut stuff down. The other two were obviously much worse. The Christmas one was by far the worst. 24 people died in that, maybe more. I don't know if they updated that number. Crazy. And then we had the one before that when the Bills game got canceled. That made it kind of bigger news because a primetime football game got moved and the snow was taller than Josh Allen. So that was kind of cool. They got 88 inches. Well, if you were out of water or something like that, obviously I would feel for you, but And it's probably worse than I because in my East Coast warped mind right now, I'm just picturing like a light dusting of snow and people in California freaking out. 80 down there in Nashville yesterday, Dr. Whom. I heard a tornado's coming your way today, so don't get too excited. No, I am just kidding. Come on, cut it out. Seriously, Dr. Whom. All right. AMC doing a little move, 615. Bayer under that $8 mark now, so Bayer falling hard. Lunar's not though. Lunar pushing up again, 37.67 now on Lunar. GNS getting hit. That's down 8.5%. Block, ticker symbol SQ. They're holding some of those gains coming off the, I guess, good earnings. Like I said, I know the numbers from Cash App were strong, but I didn't see the whole breakdown. GGAA now halted upside, 1281. So wait, is it 144,000 at any given time? Because there was Jehovah's when I was a kid, and I would have to think that by now more than 144,000 of them have died. So they don't even think that they get into heaven? Interesting. That's an exclusive club, 144,000. I mean, how many people die just on a regular day? Let's see. How many people die every day? Man, 29,000 people just in China die every day. Oh, so you go into like a lottery. So you go into like a lottery when you die, everybody hangs out, kind of like the end of Lost. Time stands still, I guess. And then on Judgment Day, you just got to hope to be one of those 144,000. They go back and forth between a literal interpretation and a figurative. Yeah, I've known a few. I lived next door to a great Jehovah couple. They were pretty amazing. They, I guess, from what I understood, they don't like, I would see them in other neighborhoods walking around, but never in our own neighborhood. Like, you don't shit where you eat, I guess. If you're them, you don't like go try to sign up the neighbors. So I thought they were just the same as everybody else. Like, they never pushed anything on me. They were nothing but nice. Germ Corp. I invited two of them in for a cup of tea one day. They were okay, but got a bit boring when they gave me the sales pitch. So what's the end result? Like, what are they trying to get out of you? Is it a sign up? Is it money? Is it, I mean, I still get things in the mail from the church of the school that I went to in elementary school asking me for money. They never send me a letter to ask how I'm doing, see if I need anything, but they're sure as hell send me a letter saying, well, you know, the roof is kind of not doing good. The priest is stuck driving a 2022 Cadillac instead of a 2023. We're going to need some money. Well, you got a little bit over a month, Bree. A little bit over a month for the birthday. But today is our very own Junk Savvy's birthday. She's probably out there doing some big things right now, but if you happen to run into her, be sure to wish her a big happy birthday. Well, see, that's where I think that they have good intentions, right? Because okay, if they truly believed, right, that only 144,000 people get into heaven, if they had, this is just my opinion on it, if they had any kind of bad motives, they wouldn't be recruiting more people to live the life that they think, or, get you into heaven, right? If you thought that there was only a limited amount of spaces, would you be recruiting more people to vie for those slots? That's something I never understood about like Christianity too, is like, or Catholic, whatever, whatever you want to say it, where like worrying so much about what sins other people are committing. Now I get if those sins are hurting other people or anything like that. I just mean kind of personal decisions that people get bent out of shape because they think that it's a sin or whatever in theirs. But by that same token, like, wouldn't you just look at it like, okay, if you believe that bad people go to hell, good people go to heaven, aren't when people do bad stuff, doesn't that lower the bar and make your entry into heaven a little bit easier? Yes, I do remember that. I remember the no birthdays or Christmas, but I also remember giving them a gift on Christmas, Germ Corp, and them not being like rude about it or anything like that. Like they were very, um, you know, wow. So that's some of the standards. Okay. Giving an F on a student's plagiarized paper, and the parents told you would not be one of the 144,000. That's hurtful. That's hurtful. You know, not all words hurt, and even if you're not into religion, that's basically telling you in a deeper way that you're going to hell. Germ Corp, University of Michigan, sentiment final 67.0, expectation 66.41, year inflation 4.1%, expected 4.2%, 5 to 10 year inflation 2.9, expected 2.9. Okay, so again, some news that we don't know what the hell it's going to do to the market. Germ Corp, appreciate you bringing that. Tiny Boxes, what's up, Tiny? Recession canceled. Yes. New home sales. We got some other stuff. Hey guys. We need the Wayne's World gif with them moving the net back and forth for every time we get new data, because it's, game on, game off. Recession on. We might come back down to your what did you say, 130 or 135? Yeah, get it, Girth. Get it. Figure with pink eye, it can't get much worse. You might as well buy some XELA. Yeah, I agree, Grumpy. And the thing is, I hate to generalize it because I know that there's a lot of churches and organizations that the money that they do raise and stuff like that growing up. And sure, they did do a lot of good stuff. I'm not gonna act like they didn't. But in school, in religion class, they would teach us about being modest, about being giving the shirt off your back, not. And then you walk into this building with Italian marble and gold cups that this dude's drinking out of, and he's better than everybody. Just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And again, nothing against any kind of religion or anything. That's just my personal experience, and the way that my religion is to me personally now is my relationship with whatever I think my higher power is between me and that. I don't disrespect any other religion. I don't push my religious beliefs on anybody, and I don't even mind when people do it to me. If it's overbearing, that's one thing, but I've also learned that most people in my life that have pushed religion on me, it came from a good place. It came from, whether they were in a dark time in their life and they were able to use religion to uplift them or whatever the case may be. It was never people trying to get something out of me. It was people that genuinely thought that this could be something that could help me. And hey, like I've always said, if it helps you, I get a priest to come do an exorcism on my dog right now if it don't stop barking. No, I think Scientology is the biggest scam of them all. And I think and I'm fine with the scam end of it. I'm fine with a failed science fiction writer creating a religion. What I'm not fine with is a failed science fiction writer creating a tax haven. And I don't think that I think if churches are doing what a lot of people assume churches are doing and pushing donations on to the people that need them. I mean, look at Catholic hospitals used to be a big part of society. They're nowhere near they're nowhere near as impactful as they were um, even back when I was a kid. So I think if you're profiting, if you're buying the priest, which we did at my school, the priest got a brand new Cadillac every year. Brand new Cadillac every year. If you're doing shit like that, you can afford to pay taxes. That's kind of my thought on it. Well, it all depends. When it's a stranger, Michael J, or when it's a vague discussion, I get it. But in my experience, it's been more so people that, like I said, went to a dark place in their life, and whether religion in jail or whatever the case was that helped them better themselves. I get it. It doesn't make it any less annoying, but I try to see it from their side. I try to see it from their side and try to put myself in the shoes of, God forbid, if I ever got into a place like that and was able to lift myself out, whatever helped me, I'm sure that I would try to introduce that to people that I thought it could help them, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's I don't know. Nick says, I will say, usually when someone, especially an older person, has a radical change for the better in their personality, drive, lifestyle, religion is one of the very few things that causes those. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And that's why I've always said I have a little bit of a problem with organized religion, but I've got no problem with anybody that's a part of that religion. Even Scientology. Like, I think the leaders, I think, some of the stuff, probably in most religions, just like most organizations. It's not unique to a religion or a business. Power corrupts. Power corrupts. Simple as that. Simple as that. But as far as the people that follow these religions, listen, everybody's got to put their faith in something. And even if you say you're not a religious person, you put your faith in stuff every single day. Every single day. You know, think about the faith that you put in humanity every day. A lot of people say I've lost faith in humanity, and I feel that way sometimes. But if I truly lost faith in humanity, I wouldn't get in my car. I wouldn't trust that other humans could drive 65 miles per hour straight at me with a line this big separating us, and we're going to be okay. I know that's an extreme example, but we even if you're not religious, that's all I'm saying is I think you put your faith in stuff regardless. And everybody has moments. Like I have a guy that was like a father to me that I lost Christmas Eve 12 years ago now. And I'm the furthest thing from a religious person, but he is in this house. He has taken objects that have been hidden, and I could have my son come on here and vouch for this. There's just been very strange scenarios where I just know it's him fucking with me. I know it's, and that's not because I believe in this, that, or the other thing. If you know, and if one of you guys was to tell me that, who the hell would I be to tell you, no, you're wrong. There ain't no such thing as ghosts. I don't know what you're feeling, and I never will. You can never replicate another human's emotions or what they're feeling. It's great to try to understand and try to put yourself in their shoes, but when it comes to emotions, things like that, I can't stand when people automatically shoot it down and be like, that's bullshit. I think that will. I think that'll phase out, Ace Lee. I think religion was, for a long time, probably the number one reason that people went to war. I think now a lot of stuff gets hid behind the veil of religion, because let's be honest, if religion was something that caused wars, you don't think the Vatican would have been bombed years ago? Okay, and that's not a shot at the Catholics or the Christians or anything, but if you live here in America, okay, you've seen what's happened with the hierarchy of the church. So there would, I don't know. I think that anything in the Middle East, I think we've attacked kind of the Muslim culture and given that a reason for more religious upheaval. And now, really, in the United States, maybe you are right, Ace Lee, because now it's an attack on Christian values, which is what pisses me off. Because even if you're not a Catholic, a Christian, a practicing this, or whatever that, there's still a lot of basic truths, I think, that people that are religious, aren't religious, always held true, and we're seeing the deterioration of that. And it's just strange that Christians, you can attack Christians all you want. I could say anything I want right now about Christians, and YouTube isn't going to shut me down. I could say probably anything I want about Muslims on here, and YouTube's not going to shut me down. But there's another religion, if I mention them, will get shut down. So you got to ask yourself, is it the religion itself, or is it the power structures behind them? Grumpy saying some people confuse angels as ghosts, aka guardian angels. Yeah, I think so. That's true. Well, there's a lot of hypocrisy. So Sabrina says, but our money says in God we trust. Yeah, and I'll use the Damar Hamlin situation. Tragic situation. And what did we see people doing in stadiums all throughout the NFL the next week was getting down and praying. And I'll bet everything I own that not all those people were Catholic, not all those people were any one religion, but they were able to unify under a higher power. I mean, if I had to guess, I would still say, nope, not going there today, Tiny. We already got kicked off once today, Tiny. You missed that. We got a warning for a violation, hate and something else. And what's funny, Tiny, is neither one of us even spoke a word of audio. All it was a screen with 2 watch lists. I'll show you. It was this screen right here, but with these watch lists. So just in case you guys were wondering what the hateful stuff was, this is it. This was literally our whole stream earlier that YouTube said was hateful or whatever. I don't know how it happened. Like, they shut the stream down and gave us a warning. I put a picture of what they said in the Discord, Tiny, in the daily live chat. So I don't know if there was some haters about. Anyways, wow, I guess we weren't lying. I made a joke yesterday. I'm like, don't worry, guys. We'll keep it light tomorrow. We'll just talk some religion and politics. And here we are. It rhymes with flu, Tiny. Rhymes with flu. Or fluish. And I'm not saying I have any beef with them. I'm just saying if you say something about them, you're the devil itself. You can't go down that route. Nothing good. Nothing good in this market. The Dow now down 1.5%. S&P down 1.6%. The Nasdaq down over 2%. They have like a general guide, Germ Corp, but then they'll send you emails when certain stuff comes out, like when the war in Russia and Ukraine started. There was emails sent out that if you talked about Russia in any kind of positive light or didn't give Zelensky HJs, that you would be shut down. And that's real. I'm paraphrasing, but those emails went out. They were real. They were even worse during the pandemic. of what you can and can't say, very specific. I'm not exactly sure how they do it. I don't know if it goes by people complaining or, I mean, for all I know, it could have been, I talk a lot of shit on Twitter sometimes and also post links to this channel. So maybe somebody didn't like what I had to say, but no, it's the internet on my other computer. So I wasn't able to get out yesterday. There's one more thing I need to complete the process, and I think I'll have the mic fine. I could have did it the other way today if I knew Enzo wasn't going to be here, but I need to hardwire the other computer that my mic's hooked up to now. So that is my bad. Yeah, free speech does not exist anymore. The sad thing is that we did it to ourselves. We did it to ourselves in the sense of people cheered on shutting down opposition, and people still do. You know, cancel culture, it's not just celebrities, it's not just stuff like that. You know, cancel culture happens all day long because people either don't have enough conviction in their opinions. You know, people like to spout off at the mouth and have an opinion on everything, but never want to back it up. And when it comes time to talk about it, to discuss it with somebody that has an opposing view, it's either get loud and start insulting the other person, or just deflect, or just block that person and avoid it altogether. And usually on both sides of the aisle, the only argument is whataboutism. When it's, well, this guy did that. Oh, yeah? Well, your guy did this. Oh, well, when my guy was here, your guy was doing that. Yeah, well, they all suck. Yeah, I would think that too, Germ Corp. Very little human interaction. I just don't know if it needs to, like, if it, I don't know what it could have possibly taken, unless there was a news article that came up that said something off-putting, which I wouldn't, you know, I guess that's possible. But, like, neither myself nor Enzo spoke a word to the stream. I showed you guys the graphics that were up there. It was a watch list with crypto, a watch list with some of the bigger name stocks, and then 2 news feeds. So I don't know. I mean, I know it does happen by mistake. I've seen other people report that. Yeah, the Ukraine wants that banned. Girth Brooks. I forget who they were trying to pressure. They were trying to pressure, I'm not sure if it was like Microsoft or somebody, but they were trying to pressure someone into banning it. What's up, Rich? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Yeah, we're just, the market's getting smacked, so we're just, you know, talking some other stuff, I guess. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Happy Friday. BBBY back on the move, 163. This thing's swinging all over the place today, Nick. And look at that volume now. Over 30 million trades now on BBBY. Interesting, Germ Corp. Put a video up on Discord. Guy was buying silver and gold. Then his card got canceled and got questioned by the banks what he was buying, etc. And the same thing happened to Germ 10 minutes later. Yeah, I like the block button too, Tiny, but I won't block somebody because the people that block me because they can't defend their opinion. Like that guy, I forget his name on Twitter. I don't want to say it on here. I don't want to defame him or anything, but he's a blue checkmark guy, and he was essentially saying that U.S. soldier that even though there's no Nazis in the Azov battalion, that more American soldiers fly swastikas and are sympathetic to Nazis. So I tagged the U.S. Army and all that and asked for verification, and the guy blocked me. It just amazes me the number of NPCs in this world on every side of the aisle. When somebody will put the dumbest political bullshit out there, and people will comment like, "Oh, you're so great for saying this." It's like, what is wrong with you? Anybody catch Hakeem Jeffries getting a 3rd degree? That was great. That was great. I highly recommend checking out that. I don't know if it was a town hall or what it was. There was 2 separate ones, Girth. So there was the one when the guy called him out and Jeffries didn't really respond. Jeffries was just like walking in. But then there was one that was an actual like town hall, and this dude was wilding. You probably seen the one where he was wilding when he was saying, "You're gonna get us all killed. I don't want to die in a nuclear war, dude. What are you gonna do about this? Blah blah blah." And he was so pathetic. He was so pathetic. He couldn't even answer a question. You got your constituents questioning you about a Pulitzer Prize journalist report of something that happened, and all you could say, his only response was, well, we're going to continue to stand with Ukraine. Mother. I don't know. I don't want to say too much because I know you can't criticize any American policies without being considered a insert whoever the bad guy is this week. I'm a Russian bot this week. Next week I'll be a China bot. I don't give a shit. That's crazy, Germ Corp. Yeah, but the thing is, Tiny, the biggest POSs, the ones that you want to block you, will never block you because that's what they do. That JoJo from Jersey, that deadbeat Brooklyn dad guy that doesn't pay his child support and just runs his mouth all day long. I'd like to see Grumpy slap that guy around because he's like a wannabe Grumpy that's kind of blackish, but not really, and gets paid like $70,000 a year to tweet dumb shit. And all it is, it's not even meant. That's the funny thing is, it's not even meant for his base. It's meant to rile up other people to get engagement to make money. I don't know, Nat. Lloyd's is a pretty big bank, right? Now, have you been questioned about anything else, Germ Corp, or was it just the gold and silver transactions? This is an ugly market, guys. Ugly, ugly. Oh, I never even changed that. I'm sorry, guys. I've had that pre-market top gainers up the whole day. Yeah, but those are real people, Tiny. That's definitely a badge. But those are real people that have real careers. I'm talking about the people that are just paid shills to be on there to stir stuff up. You know what I mean? Like, not real. I mean, it's a feat to get blocked by people on that stature like you're talking about, but I'm talking about the people that won't block you being like I said, that chick that tries to pander to get her house paid because she sucks at OnlyFans, apparently. They told you it was standard procedure just as potential fraud has happened. I mean, gotta question the timing of it and with it happening to someone else too. I don't know who they are, Nick. I'll have to check them out so they can piss me off too. I think Rob Reiner probably is the worst for me. Like, okay, I get it. Half the country likes Trump, half the country doesn't. But every day it's something about Trump going to jail and blah, blah, blah. And then every other day after that, it's how he's leaving Twitter. But yet then he'll be back in two days. I just don't understand how people on both sides just ignore any wrongdoing by their own party and have zero problem absolutely hating not even the leaders, not even just the leaders. Like, that's fine. You want to disapprove or hate, but it's just it's so strange that people just hate each other. That probably if you were to poll people right now, say you polled like single people between 20 and 40 of what the most unlikable trait in somebody is right now, I bet you half the people would say Trump supporter and half the people Biden supporter. Like, that's what we've come to. That your personal views on policies that oh yeah, okay. I know that one. Yeah, they're just attention seekers, which is fine. Hey, I just don't understand when people show up on my timeline. Like, why am I seeing these tweets? I don't follow you or anybody that is associated with you. But I'll say Instagram's way worse. Instagram is way worse because I like to watch the reels on Instagram, but I like to watch the ones that I follow. Like, I follow people doing cool shit. Not some girl just I could care less. No offense to anybody that, but like, you don't have talent. Okay, putting on some clothes so that your tits show and some short shorts and going like this a couple times. I don't want to see it. Why is it forced on me? I don't follow not one of you. I'm not friends with not a person like that. But yet I'll go from some dude that whittles a piece of wood into some of the coolest shit you ever seen to 17 videos in a row of some chick just staring at a camera. I don't want to see that shit. You do not have talent. Maybe you do, but you just dressing scandally. Like, if I just throw one with my shirt off and some short shorts on, will that be forced on everybody? Make you guys watch it? Probably not. Cat Striker, yeah, I think I know who that is. Well, it's a weird situation, Dr. Whom, because I think we're closer to a boiling point than we have been, and I think a lot of people are just numb to the situation. You know, you have inflation still on the rise. You have the Fed's plan not working. You have the potential of China intervening with Russia, which hopefully doesn't happen. You have us announcing that we're sending more backup per se to Taiwan. That could escalate things over there. Shit's in turmoil right now. And we can keep pretending. We can say everything's fine. We can tweet out dumb shit. We can make videos like our vice president. You hear her yesterday or the day before talking about how they've brought energy prices down so much that people have extra cash to buy school supplies or maybe fix the dishwasher. That is how out of touch our leaders are. Now, I don't care if you're the most hardcore Democrat in the world. If you can sit here and tell me that there's a sliver of truth to what our vice president said, then I'll get off the air right now and never talk again. If you guys can show me where energy prices are down, and just think of how stupid that whole statement is. Hey, Nick, I hear we brought energy prices down, even though we really didn't. My energy prices are roughly 40% higher than my same bills last year. But now with all this money, Nick, you're balling. You're balling, right? Now you can afford to maybe buy school supplies for your kids. Please tell me if I'm insane. Tell me if this is normal and that's truthful. And that this is that's a sign that we're in good shape. Well, yeah, you're balling, Nick. We saved you money on your energy. You can get your kids school supplies now. Maybe get that dishwasher fixed. I just don't understand when politicians lie about everything, how people believe them when they say anything. That's. So I wonder if that had to play into it, Germ. Oh, well, since you don't, Nick, since you don't need school supplies, maybe you can get that dishwasher fixed with all the savings you've had on your energy. Remind me again, Nick, how much is your heat bill? Well, you guys don't use heat down there. How much is your electric bill down from last year? Probably big time savings, right? I know mine was, I can give you exact numbers because I'm on like the budget, not like the where it estimates it. And last year this time it was about $96 a month, and it's $171 the electric bill that we just paid. I'm telling you, that's how the priest rolled around here, Monsignor Amico. I remember it like yesterday. New Cadillac every year. New Cadillac. He had a bunch of slaves up in the monastery that waited on him hand and foot. Dude was doing all right. Meanwhile, my mom was working 3 jobs to send my dumb ass there. You ain't lying, Rich. You ain't lying. Every day we get closer to actually being part of the Idiocracy script. Yeah. I bought 2 copies of that movie a long time ago because it's going to skyrocket when they'll have to recall it and change it from a comedy to a documentary at some point, and that's when the big money comes to play off. I might even NFT it, Nick, just to All right, guys. AMC, hey, we're holding above $6 at least, down 3.5%. But with the market doing what it's doing, that's not a huge disappointment. Cybin holding at that 49-cent mark. Well, I appreciate that, Nick. I appreciate that. I could understand that because I think a lot of what I consider humor is probably gauged towards like now a great comparison is like, you know, because I always bring everything back to Saved by the Bell, but now I feel like the guys that were the writers on Saved by the Bell, like they were so old and so out of touch with trying to write a teenage script that it can't, like the jokes missed and things like that. And I feel like I date myself sometimes. Luckily, we got some folks around my age in here. But yes, you the thing with Enzo is you can't script reactions that he has. Like even if you tried, I like to think that I think before I speak a lot of times, most times. All right, sometimes I think before I speak. I think Enzo just has that quick fire though. Well, Sabrina, I remember everybody in the chat jumped down my throat last Super Bowl when she did that GoFundMe and she was gonna fly the not the Super Bowl that just passed, the one that was in SoFi at SoFi Stadium, which is indoors, right? Or covered. And I said this is a complete waste of money. She was spending like $2 million or something to fly this banner. I said, what the hell is that gonna do? I said, if you're really all about the stock, you could take that $2 million and buy shares and hold them. I whatever. I think it was just there might have been that too, Nick, but I know she was flying the plane with the AMC banner along with the other 17,000 planes that flew over that stadium, that people inside or the camera people that were broadcast. Like I don't see how that exposure helps anything. Some of the stuff on Wall Street that different people did, that I could get behind. I mean, there's quite the if you follow people that were like, you know, AMC apes, people like that, there's a lot of arguments, I guess you could say, a lot of fighting between the community on this right now. Yeah, I agree. Arctic saying if all the money and energy from sports went towards world hunger and shelter, wonder what that would look like. Yeah, unfortunately, the reason that people will bitch, it's hilarious to me too, Arctic Fox. People will bitch about McDonald's wanting to raise their minimum wage to 15. These people don't deserve $15. That's a school kid's job. But when you pay a baseball player 200 million, no one gives a shit. No one gives a shit. So it's funny. I agree with you. Like, I don't think sports should be abolished or anything like that, but I think the level that it's just like everything else, it's just like big business. Like, I believe in capitalism, but at the same time, I think some of the foundation of capitalism didn't include the switch to AI, for example. So when you talk about capitalism of everybody having the chance to get ahead, the harder you work, blah 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 blah, all that good stuff. Well, how does that play out when you have 5 or 6 companies that own the technology to do all the work that we used to do? I don't know where it goes from there. Mr. Hunter, what's up, Birdie? Happy Friday. It is Friday. It's 11 o'clock. Feeling good? Looking good? I mean, sports play a big effect in a lot of things. So you have to first break it down, right? I think children's sports are very important, but could also go the wrong way. You know what I mean? Camaraderie, teamwork, how to lose. You learn some of the greatest lessons in life through sports. But it's also a distraction. Sports are the ultimate distraction. Not saying that that's a bad thing. It's just it is what it is. And look at me. I'm the most guilty one of all. Look behind me, look at what I'm wearing, look at and the Raiders could go undefeated next year, win the Super Bowl, break every record in the book, and that would benefit my life not in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I'm a super fan, and I always will be, but Hutamatag, Birdie. Birdie, the recession was canceled for a few minutes. I think I'm just getting word now it's back on. So being that that's the case, and it's 11:02, I'm going to see what that window's doing. Well, and I think Arctic, we also can't discount, there is two sides to that. I mentioned, how much athletes get paid. We do have to recognize that a lot of those athletes do a lot of good with their money. I know that's probably a local thing. It's funny, me and Enzo were just talking about this yesterday. We've got we've got some really nice basketball courts here, baseball fields, and most of it was done. Rob Gronkowski donated a ton. We had a player that went pro, Johnny Flynn. He came back and donated a ton, built some beautiful basketball courts. So I think you you do see a lot of athletes give back, and hopefully that's happening, making their hometowns better. That's true. The market is not closed on Monday. Well, I mean, my thing with it, CBS Frog, is have you tried to go to a professional anything game in the last, 5 years? Like, yeah, I think that the players should get the money before the owners. So I agree with it in that sense. But prices have just got so ridiculous. Oh yeah, I see he's been beefing with some people on Twitter too, or some people been talking crap to him, Birdie Hunter. Good video on HYMC by Tony DeNaro yesterday. Not so good news short term, but good info. I'm long anyways. We'll buy some more below 30 cents. Beautiful. You got to too remember with athletes, that's one of the few careers that you have such a small window for. So if when you became an accountant, you were told like, hey, you only got about 10 good years of accounting in you if you're lucky. You would be trying to get what you can while you can. Yeah, that's what Sabres tickets are right now. And the absolute nosebleeds are like $1.40. Well, and then you get a sport like the NBA where the prima donna's got to take every fourth game off to rest and recover. So you got families that might be able to go to one game a year, and you got three superstars not playing because they're tired. We got to conserve them. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's and the unfortunate thing like is that in all reality nowadays like it should be cheaper to go to the game because you have a much better view of the game at home. This isn't like the 70s where it was like, well, you watch the game on a black and white TV if you happen to get it. No, I'll watch it on a 72-inch TV in high def, getting every camera angle imaginable, not having to wait in line for 25 minutes to take a pee. Like, Bills games are the most disgusting bathrooms you've ever seen. The men's bathrooms in the Bills games, they're not even individual bathrooms. They're troughs. It's just a big trough. And people do not have good aim. It's a mess. It's not even a fun experience. And the Raiders play there next year. So I'm probably going to have to go. Oh, new YouTube CEO Neil Mohan looking at ways to integrate Web3 technology and make the video platform more immersive. Well, he can start by taking away our warning from earlier if he wants to make it immersive. And I don't know, maybe it was a more serious offense. They might have picked Enzo up on that. Oh, Rich. Oh, Rich. I adore your innocence. I adore your innocence. What people like to do, what I've noticed, Rich, I would say the number one missed shot on the troughs is people be full stream and turn to the guy next to him to talk and piss all over the guy's leg. And this is not, I haven't seen this once. I haven't seen this twice, not even 3 times. I've seen this no less. I've been to probably 20 Bills games in my life, if not more. I've seen that at least 24 times. At least. That's conservatively saying it. Yeah, I appealed it. No, there wasn't anybody on the mic and there wasn't anything on the screen. But harmful and dangerous content, I think is what it said. And then in something else, it said something about like teaching people how to get stuff for free. So it was basically saying like teaching people how to bootleg videos or music or something. The worst part about it, Rich, is there's no shame. No shame. Okay, so let's just say for argument's sake that I've seen that happen 24 times. I'll say at least 16 of those times the reaction was a high five or something like that. Not like a dude, you just pissed on my leg. Like it's usually like, yeah, and they start singing the shout song or something. They're savages. They're savages. Listen, they were savage enough to dump like 5 beers simultaneously on me as an 11-year-old kid. Check that, 10-year-old kid. From the very top. So we're not talking about just like getting a beer dumped on you from like a couple feet. We're talking about some high velocity, cheap fourth quarter beer coming from the very top of the bleachers all the way down into the wherever you walk, like the what's the word I'm looking for here? You know what I mean? Like behind the stadium, where you would enter the stadium. So these people were at the very top. There wasn't a fence up there. There's a fence up there now. And yeah, like 5 guys. Now this is right after. This is me walking out of the game early too. That the Raiders lost 51-3 in the AFC Championship. You would think that that was enough celebration, but you had to pick on a kid too. 11-11, make a wish. You know, I never got to make it there, Nan. I never got to make it. I've seen the Raiders play, I think, at 7 different stadiums, and Oakland or LA is not one of them. Neither is Vegas. Hopefully Vegas will be happening soon. But I've seen them obviously in Buffalo, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, New England. Where else? Chicago. Chicago was the worst. We rented a Winnebago, and there were 6 of us. We drove there. 3 Raiders fans, 7 of us, excuse me. 3 Raiders fans, 3 Bears fans, and a Seahawks fan. And the Bears won. Last play of the game, the Bears kicked a field goal to win, and it was the longest ride home of my friggin' life. I would have liked to do that too, Girth. The old Wrigley Field. Baseball, I've been to a few. Baseball, Fenway Park was probably the coolest. I've been to Shea. I haven't been to Citi Field. I've been to Camden Yards, been to Cleveland, been to Pittsburgh. Oh, nice, Germ Corp. That was right at the height. That was Ryan Sandberg days, right? Ryan Sandberg, Andre Dawson, maybe. Oh, that's friggin' awesome, Nick. Awesome. Marlins Yankees went to the World Series when you were 4. Beautiful. Beautiful. The most I made it to was the game before. Well, no, the series before the series when Joe Carter hit the home run. I went to a divisional playoff game in Toronto. Just received a WhatsApp message from Captain Max from St. Louis. He will visit Vlissingen March 20th to the 23rd. Haven't seen him since 2019. I get busy with Birdie, is that the gentleman me and you talked about before? The one that was potentially helping Blizzard out before everything happened? I think that's the same guy, right? Isn't that the same? I think you talked about him before. Awesome. Hate left-handed golfers though, Birdie. They creep me out, and I don't enjoy playing with them. No offense. I got a couple buddies that are left-handed, and it's always weird. They started later in life, Birdie, so you could relate to this. Trying to give them tips and like trying to help get their swing going. You know what I mean? Like it's so tough with a lefty. Oh, Nick got a text from Computer Share at 11:11. Oh, Snikes. That's definitely a sign. Oh, yeah, Arctic Fox. When are you guys heading there? That's coming up, right? That's in the spring? I can't wait. You guys better take some pictures, some video, all that good stuff. I want to live vicariously through both of you. I am super jealous of both you guys. I'm jealous of Birdie because he gets to meet Mr. and Mrs. Fox. And obviously jealous of Arctic Fox because he gets to meet the Birdman in person. But that's going to be awesome. That's going to be awesome. Sabrina's sending you on your way with some fun coupons and a little sandpaper. That's how I was in baseball, Birdie. I could hit the ball farther left-handed, better contact right-handed. And I sucked both ways. I would try to get hit or try to draw a walk because I swung a baseball bat like a golf club. And we had kids that allegedly may or may not have lied about their age in Little League. So I had like 22-year-olds pitching to me when I was like 13. Yeah. End of April-ish. Fantastic. Yeah, it's that time. I got a little getaway the end of this month. So I'll probably not be... Actually, I'll probably be on a couple days when I'm on vacation. But I'll probably miss Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Oh, I don't. Birdie, I made a terrible mistake when I was a kid. I don't interlock my hands anymore, but when I was a kid, I did because my hands were real small. And I made the mistake of interlocking my fingers on a baseball bat, an aluminum bat, and then hitting a fastball. And I've never felt pain in my fingers like that in my life. And I've had my fingers crushed, broken. That was the worst pain I ever felt. Do not ever do that. Never swing a baseball bat with an interlocking golf grip. Not good. I'm currently doing that for someone else, Arctic Fox, right now. It's it kind of sucked because I had to go out the other night in it, and then that's why I stayed out and just went and did some DoorDash because I was already out. And then it ended up culminating into me hitting a tree. This was the same friend, Arctic Fox, that I had to game show style go through his house because he was waiting to board a cruise and didn't have his birth certificate it and didn't know where it was located in his house. So I had to go through and found it in a photo of us when we were kids after going through me and Nikki. Like it was like an old school Nickelodeon like game show. Like had to tear his house apart and finally found it after an hour and a half, and they accepted just a picture of the birth certificate to let him on the cruise. $1,300 for 2 dogs for 18 days. I'm trying to think of what we used to charge because we did that. So when I worked at the overnight vet, we had a nice boarding facility too. That was the real fun part of my job. Like especially the nights when we didn't get any emergencies or anything, I just got to play with the boarders all night. That was friggin' awesome. And I think back then it was about $30 a day per dog. So that seems a little expensive. 1,300, 2 dogs for 18 days. Yeah, no, I guess that's probably about right. The green cups, Birdie, we just got those finally activated. Those are similar to what the little bulldogs were over there. Sorry to bring up old stuff, but just giving you a comparison. So yeah, that's the new memberships, and then they'll change after a month and all that good stuff. Enzo was a blessing and took the reins on that because of my own insecurities. He knew I would never put it out because I have a very tough time asking anybody for anything. Birdie, I'll get you one. I'll get you one, buddy. I don't have anything hooked up to this account. I'll get you one though. I got you. I don't remember what I use on. I don't even have one myself. I guess I got to get one myself too. Yeah, Birdie, you don't got Apple Pay? I thought both personally and business related you were converting to all Apple Pay all day. Maybe I misunderstood. Oh, no Apple in Birdie's house. Just the business that you converted everything to Apple, right? I'm just messing with you, Birdie. Yeah, Girth Brooks came up in here and made it rain yesterday. Really appreciate that, Girth. Appreciate all you guys, all the support. And Birdie, in case you also didn't notice what Girth Brooks just dropped right there, you also got a custom emoji, one of the first 4. And we learned yesterday, because we had an in-depth NFT chat, that 1 out of 4 makes it rare. So that is, I forget, Enzo knows what grade it is. It's a high grade sandpaper there. So a little homage to the birdie hunter, and I know we'll be adding some more over the weekend. It's weird because you start with 4 And then the more members you get, the more emojis they let you put in there. All right, almost 11:30, 2 hours. The last Friday of February. So just think, guys, next time it's Friday, it's going to be some other month. We got the 27th, 28th, Monday, Tuesday, Tesla Investor Day on Wednesday. And I'm not sure what else we got going on next week yet. I'll do that as soon as the market closes today. Try to get that video out as soon as possible. Appreciate all you guys that liked it, shared it, all that good stuff. That video did pretty well for us last week. And anybody that watched it, if you got any tips of what we could do to make some of that information better. I know it's only a quick, 4 or 5 minute video, and we try to just limit it to 5 things to keep your eye on, just to give people a little bit of readiness for next week. Hey, Rich, it is my pleasure, my friend. Always appreciate you being here, buddy. And if I don't see you, my man, you have a great weekend, and you know where to find us. We'll be here bright and early Monday morning. So the market's slightly up from where we just were, but nothing to write home about. We got the Dow down 1.17%, S&P down 1.37%, the NASDAQ down 1.9%. AMC still holding $6, $6.03 on AMC, APE up at 223. GME falling back to 1970 now. And BBBY back up at 160. Oh, that's pretty cool. 2 small houses at the alpaca farm. Get the keys March 15th. New home for 6 people. Do they have access to the alpacas too? That'd be pretty sweet. Probably sweeten the deal a little bit with that to get them in. And Birdie just continuing to grow, continuing to what I like the best, Birdie, is a lot of the stuff that you talk about isn't bottom line stuff. And not that we would be trading your company or anything, but I think that's a great thing behind the scenes. Germ Corp, my man. Much appreciated, buddy. Friday night is beer night. Grab one and have a fun evening. You know what? I haven't had a drink all year, Germ Corp. And I think tonight might be the night. The boys already here. We don't have to go anywhere tonight. It's too icy out to drive. So I think so. Really appreciate you, my friend. Much, much love. Give Grant my love, too. Hope you guys are able to kick back and do some relaxing on this Friday night. $72 alpacas walking all over the farm. Awesome. But yeah, what I was saying, Birdie, is like what you've been doing, what you've been sharing with us is stuff that I'm sure happens at companies. It would be great to have some kind of feed into the kind of stuff that you're doing. And when I say that, I mean kind of the above and beyond what you've been doing for the employees. Kind of in a essentially setting them up for success. You know, you've taken deep consideration about housing for them, about them getting situated with the culture, coming from out of the country or from different areas. And I would like to, like, if I'm investing in a company, investing, not trading, something like that obviously isn't going to affect the trade. But if I'm investing in a company, that's some of the stuff that I would like to know that isn't going to show on an earnings report or something like that. I love that 5 mile hike over to the pub. That's got to be that first beer. I mean, and I only know this because I used to walk like 5.5 blocks to my buddy's bar when I was in my 20s. Not really quite the same, but that first beer after a nice journey, you feel almost like you're in some Lord of the Rings shit, I'd imagine, because I just picture you hiking in some beautiful place that's not polluted and run down like where I see. So very good, man. Enjoy. Be safe out there. Watch out for alpacas. So alpacas don't spit. So they're a spitless llama, basically a small spitless llama. Hmm. Hell yeah. All right, guys. Give me a quick 2 minutes here. Go make sure the house is still in order downstairs. Spitless llama is actually my rap name. On that note, I will be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back. D-Grade, good to see you, buddy. Let's go, BBBY. D-Grade, where you at out there? Some crazy weather going on out in different areas. Hopefully you're not involved in any of that. Market up a little bit more from when we left. The Dow down just 1% now. S&P down 1.17. NASDAQ down 1 3/4. Dupo, Illinois. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the weather's like there. It's going. It's going, D-Grade, you know. We got a little ice storm going on here. It's weird now, though, because the sun's shining. But it's cold, so the ice ain't really melting. I'm going to go out here in a minute and chop some more ice. And maybe try to get my car thawed out. 2 black hearts and a grandma. Grandma with no glory, yeah. Yep. And across that, S&P top 10, Apple down 2%, Microsoft 2 1/4, Amazon down 3%, Tesla down 2.5%, Google down 2%, Nvidia down 1.5%, Berkshire down less than 1/4%, Meta down 1 3/4%, and United Health down 0.5%, and blah blah blah. AMC back up at 609, Ape at 223, GameStop getting closer back to that $20 mark, 1989, and BBBY at 163. What you got, D-Grade? Well played, Tiny. Well played. Good times. Birdie Hunter going to the Ardennes Hills in Belgium for some cross-country skiing. Cross-country skiing sounds awful, Birdie. No offense. That just sounds tiresome. But hey, it started snowing over 400 meters this morning. And I did not see much snow so far this winter. Okay, so you got to get it. You got to get in where you fit in. Girth Brooks. Girth, any comment? Is that from today, D-Grade? Why don't I get an alert? I probably don't have it set up. I don't know. Where do you set that up on Twitch? Because I get no alert that D-Grade's on. 36 inches, including the whiplash. Yeah, but I should still get an alert. Even if I'm sleeping, I should still wake up to an alert. Is there Is it? I probably didn't click it on. Is it the same as Is it the same as it? Is there like a notifications thing on Twitch? Doctor, you didn't miss much. The market's coming back a little bit. Coming back a little bit. Tiny YOLO'd into BBBY. D-grades rolling in Illinois. Girth Brooks dropped some statistics on his backside. And yeah, just been hanging out. Hello, baby girl. Oh. What's up, baby girl? You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Say hi, sweetie. Say hi, big girl. Say hi, you big baby. No, not to me. Yes, she is getting big. And she doesn't realize that she's getting big. Come here, baby girl. You want to show them how you smile? She almost knows how to smile. That's what I've been teaching her. She does like a Mr. Ed thing with her gums. But she'll only do it around me and Nikki and then won't do it for other people, so no one believes us that we can make her smile. But she does. Okay, let me turn that on. I don't know why I wouldn't have had it on, D-grade, but I didn't use... When I, like, subscribed to you, or started following you or whatever, it was like the first time I'd been on Twitch in some years. Come here, baby. Come on. Come on. Chevron and JP Morgan, the only two stocks, 2 out of 30 in the Dow Jones that have any green. Chevron up 0.25%. JP Morgan up almost a full percent. Arctic, do you use the ones with that look like tennis rackets? Those kind of snowshoes? Old school ones. I've seen people using the things that go on your shoes that are like spikes for the ice over here the last couple days. Were you gaming, D-grade? What game you playing nowadays? I haven't had any time to play anything in what feels like forever. But you know what? I got the boy tonight, and we got nothing to do. So I think it's gonna be a video game, and maybe I'm gonna put a pot roast on for about 6 hours. I gotta go get that in. Okay. Ah, the aluminum oval kind. Is it that good, Girth? Is it? The thing is, like, the only time that I get to play any games is when I get to play with the boy. So it's tough for me to get a single player game right now and try to get into it. But I did want to use the game for both of us to get into the movies because from what I hear, the Harry Potter stuff at Universal is really awesome. We're going there next month, so we got to catch up. I wish they would have just had multiplayer in it. That's all they needed. Give me a little multiplayer. Is it tiny? Yeah, that's the general consensus. I mean, at the very least, we're gonna binge watch all the movies before we go. That's a given. Yeah, I haven't. I went when I was 18 GTA, and it was awesome, but kind of sucked at the same time because it was before they had any kind of fast pass or anything like that, and it was just me and one of my friends that we had drove his sister down to Florida in a U-Haul because she was moving down there. And me and him went to Universal the one day, and like we were there for like between like 12 and 14 hours, and we only got on like 5 rides the whole day, which they were amazing rides. Like they were awesome, but this was before they had the actual like amusement park. Like they were just building when we went. This was 98, 99, 97, 97, 98, 99, somewhere around there. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too, Tiny. And I'm glad we did Disney first. We did Disney when he was smaller. And not that Disney isn't awesome, but I don't think he would have enjoyed Disney as much at this age as he did when he went. So it's gonna be cool. Plus, we got a couple days on the beach before, so we go to Fort Lauderdale for like 3 or 4 days. Then we're driving to Orlando for like 3 or 4 days. Yeah, I agree on the company, but as far as the place, I mean, I'll probably never go back there. Like that was a kind of a once in a lifetime thing for me. I'm still paying off that damn trip. But I'm glad we went when we went. We went in 2019. So he was just about to turn 5. He was just before 5, and it was perfect because, you know. All right, 2 minutes before trader lunch. I know this market isn't given a lot to be excited about today, guys, but we've seen strange things when we've got mixed news like this. We've seen late afternoon runs that normally we wouldn't see. So anything can happen still here. I personally don't see us going green or anything. That's just an assumption. Nothing showing me. I'm still keeping an eye on the same patterns that I've been talking about for a while now, which is the gap between the Dow and the NASDAQ. And until I see that tighten up, I don't see any kind of big momentum to the upside. So what I mean by that when I'm talking to all this nonsense is just look at the gap between the Dow and the NASDAQ. Right now it's 0.65%. 0.65%. So if that gets if that starts to tighten up to where it gets to about 0.4 or 0.3, that's when you can start seeing it go upwards. And then if it flips the Dow, the first move would be flipping the S&P. And then if it was to flip the Dow, then that's when I would say that we would see green. If that was to happen, that's exactly what happened yesterday. It played out. Again, I'm not saying that this thing's foolproof or it's even a thing. But it played out perfectly twice yesterday, from up over 1% all the way down to being down 1/3%, even more, down almost 0.5%, and then flip back the other way to almost 1% to the upside. So it worked. Yeah, we couldn't say that on that, but that's I think that's what he was looking for with that subscription. Again, that's on him. I appreciate him doing it, but he set all that up because I'm a big sissy when it comes to asking anybody for anything. So if I would have made the subscriptions, they would have been free or something, or somehow I would have ended up losing money. Like, I'm just dumb like that. Oh, I already went there, TikTok. And good morning, my brother. We went there back in 2019. We're going to Universal this time. What you doing, dog? Oh, okay. So Girth gets monthly feet picks. Yeah, I think with the other one, I think it's weekly. It's weekly, and it's not limited to feet. Other appendages could be included, I believe. You might have to check the fine print though. Is that somewhat common, Nick, for people in Florida to have not been there? Like, I don't know. I only went the one time, and like, if I wasn't staying on, if we didn't stay at a Disney hotel, and I don't know if it's always like that, but like, we were on the one thing that's not really a ride, but the transporter. It's like the ski lift kind of thing that goes around, and like the amount of cars that were lined up to get into the park, like I almost had a friggin' anxiety attack just looking at it, like going over top of it. Oh, you are the only one. Okay. Well, it seems like it would be like more of a hassle going if you lived near there. Like I said, I wouldn't even want to stay in that line. Plus, the other side of it too is if I didn't have nephews were younger at the time too, but Nikki was the main reason that we went. That's not bad, Birdie. Vissingen to Tampa, 13 hours, 735 euro. I paid more than that to fly from New York to Florida. It was about 900. Buffalo International, Birdie. Buffalo International. It's like 20 minutes away. Or worst case, Ontario. If you had to, you could fly into Toronto, but then you would have to come across the border and meet me, and they might not even want you there, Birdie. No offense. So Buffalo's probably the way. We got international flights out of Buffalo. I wish for that though, Nick. I mean, not that both can't be both great memories, but a World Series is that's more of a once in a lifetime thing. But you know, at the same time, like I'd like to think like me and Nikki had more fun than the average people do at Disney, like just because. And it was, you know, it was like I said, for me, a once in a lifetime thing. That my sister helped out with. Obviously, she's loves to take us on vacation and stuff because I, you know, just the I pay my fair share. Don't get me wrong, but you know, she takes the next step of stuff. Like we had to stay at the boardwalk, this really nice hotel that like all the parks were in like walking distance. Like it was crazy. I would have never did that. Like not because I didn't think Nikki was worth it or anything. Like I just don't. I look at the experience. She looks at the amenities because she wants the experience to be the best it can. Yeah, I stay away from them. That has to be. I would imagine it had to be a huge hassle. D grade delivering there. Ah, 13 hours. That's nothing, Birdie. That's a few Chardonnays and a cat nap. I told you, Birdie. The beautiful thing is we got that lake house, and there is several very nice golf courses right there, along with a lake and everything else. 5 bedrooms. So when you're ready, man, we'll make it happen. That's something I've never seen either, Arctic Fox. I've never seen a Broadway show. The closest that I've seen to that was 6th grade, 7th grade, maybe. We went to Pantages in Toronto and seen Phantom of the Opera. And what was cool about it was they had like a thing where we saw all like the behind the scenes stuff of how they did. It was kind of crappy thinking back because they did that first. So we seen this big presentation about the behind the scenes, and it kind of spoiled a little bit of the magic because now you knew how people were coming out from under the stage, and they showed you how the chandelier crashed. You know, it was incredible to see, but it would have been cool to see it after the play. They kind of botched that one, but it was still amazing. And we've got a place called Shays here that I've seen a few Broadway type plays, but I can't imagine that it can replicate what real Broadway is. That's awesome, Nick. Very, very cool. It pretty much depends on the weather. That's a little bit late, Birdie. April, March, probably. I don't know because it's been such a strange year too with our weather. We might be able to find a sweet spot though because the place that's right by so the place that we went tubing that's a skiing hill, that's the same place that has they got 3 beautiful golf courses there. It's called Peak and Peak, Birdie. So we might be able to catch both, or might just have to take a little drive to find a bigger mountain. We can make it happen. What's the matter, baby girl? What's the matter? Come here. Yeah, we haven't. I've taken Nikki to a couple Bisons games. We got the Buffalo Bisons here. They're a AAA team. Nick, I took him to a couple of those, couple Sabres games. We have not been to an NBA game yet, though. And we've been to one Bills game that was family day during the preseason, which was kind of cool. But even that, even on family day in the preseason, Bills fans were still a drunken mess. Not a place you want to bring a kid, which kind of stinks. I am looking. I want to bring him to a PGA event while now the Tiger's back. I want to bring him to see Tiger one time. The closest NBA team is probably Toronto, but we can't go there. Cleveland's pretty close. I've been to probably 10 or 11 Cleveland games in my life. That's probably the closest. And that's not a bad drive at all. That's about a 3-hour drive. I'd like to do that. That's what I was kind of waiting for that trip, Nick, till he's like just a little bit older, because I'll take him to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame too. It's right next to or right near the Cavs Stadium. Riding that flying bear? Let's see. So was this this was another. This is the same thing, huh? This was a SPAC merger that then flew and then dropped. Man. Hold on one second, Martin. This is like the exact. I guess not the exact, but it's similar. Alright, so where are we at on this, Martin? Man, this thing had no value.
Another surprise.
Little Bobby, what's up? So you're setting up for a similar situation to what we seen yesterday, I think, with OCEA. I'm not saying that it's going to fly the same way, Martin, but we're in the same predicament where there's more volume being traded today by a long shot than has been traded in the history of this stock. So that means all this shit over here, all these candles, I could draw a bunch of lines. It's all got to come with a grain of salt, because it's not, it's 328,000 shares when the day it merged, only 371,000, and you're at 24.5 million already. So I think you're in that situation, Martin, where you have this ability to come right back to 1055 and then blow right through it and then see the massive sell-off, because it's just going to be algorithms at this point. You're not going to see any real support, and you're not going to see, maybe you got a little resistance that formed this morning. Other than that, you're not going to see support till down here somewhere if it decides to fall. You're not going to see support until the $5 mark, maybe $5.50. So I would ride. I mean, I know you're riding it, Martin, and obviously not financial advice, but I could see it definitely coming back to this 1050 level, possibly higher. Like I said, I would say, let's look at that OCEA from yesterday. You might not get this straight up climb and then the complete breakdown like that, but you might get a little. What are you doing to him? Come here. Come on, Bobo. CURI. Man, this is up from where it was. Tesla would be denied permits to build a plant in the Mexican state of Nuevo Leon, where it has eyed investing if water is scarce, Mexican President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador said on Friday. Okay, so when I see news like that, I don't think specifically of what does this mean for Tesla building to build the plant in that Mexican state, because I would think most likely worst case scenario, but looking at it bigger picture wise, is this going to be an issue elsewhere? And maybe I just haven't heard this. It's the first time I've heard of water scarcity being played into a manufacturing kind of restriction, I guess you would say. So what does that mean for does it mean anything? Is this going to be a problem elsewhere, I guess is the question. Who knows? Just strange. Never heard that correlation, although it would make sense. I'm sure whatever they're doing probably requires a lot of water. Nuevo Leon is dope. That's where your parents are. Well, maybe what could happen is it could be a win-win situation where if there is a water scarcity over there, maybe Tesla could somehow contribute at least to some kind of solution to the water shortage, you know what I mean, to the water scarcity, instead of just them not going there. Well, okay, there's a scarcity of water. We want to move our factory here for whatever reason. What can we do to shore it up? And I don't know what the solution is. I don't know how you get water there. I couldn't even point to the place on the map. So that's just a little that little guy right there, Tiny. Don't worry about that little guy. Don't even worry about that. Max Payne for AMC changed from 6 to 650. Dun dun dun. The plot thickens, Birdman. All right, it's about 12:20, guys. I am gonna take a little break and go get the boy some lunch because he's on a snow day down there. And I'm also gonna go outside and chop some ice while this sun's shining. Try to get some of that cleared up. But I shall return in a little bit. Definitely by power hour, if not sooner. But appreciate everybody being here. Sorry it was just solo today. Hopefully Enzo's all good, and maybe he'll join us this afternoon. But yes, I as always, we're available if anybody needs anything, and I shall return. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back for Friday afternoon power hour. What is going on out there? We got the markets, a little bit higher than where we left off. The Dow down 0.9%, S&P down just over 1%, and the NASDAQ getting smacked down 1.7%. We've got AMC up at 618, down 0.75%. Ape up 2% at 226. GameStop down 2.25%, 1969. Bed Bath & Beyond 156. So still holding some green. 157 make it up 4.5%. It's almost the weekend, guys. I just got in from hacking away at ice out there. Hyde sent me a picture of the snow he's dealing with, so I don't feel as bad. So he got hit. Hyde, if you're out there, you're probably out in the weather. Stay safe, my friend. That's a lot of snow. A lot of snow. So now that it's 4:20 on the southeast coast, we're going to head to the window for a few minutes. Yeah, it turned out that must have been a YouTube mistake earlier, shutting us down. So that video got put back up. No real explanation, but we'll take it. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Happy Friday, happy power hour. Let's not let hopefully, even with the market getting smashed this week, hopefully people were able to make some money. A little bit downside, a little bit upside. At least those days of a red day putting a damper on everything, I think, are gone. I think we've learned how to trade both ways effectively, where not every red day is necessarily going to be a green day, but it could ease the pain a little bit. Ready for dips to be dips again? Yeah, I know, Bree. I feel you. I feel you. Well, we'll see now because now I think, at least according to these experts, now the market basically has a March, May, and June interest rate hike built in. So I don't know how much fear the Fed could cause after today. I think this was just a culmination of, like I said, reality finally setting in. I don't think PCE was necessarily the lone indicator, but I think on top of all the data that we've got the last couple weeks. Oh, look at that. Did you guys see the Adam Aaron tweet with a production line? It's a Laverne and Shirley type tweet with the popcorn. This is so exciting. This short teaser video shows the beginning of literally millions of microwave pouches being made of AMC perfectly popcorn. News to come soon how you can get real AMC movie theater quality ready to eat and microwavable popcorn. Let's go, he says. He did say, let's go. What's up, Rodney? Rodney? Or rips to be rips? Yeah, I mean, I think I think realistically, I think we gotta look towards the end of this year to see any kind of normalcy. My dog's having a bad dream. Hey, baby girl. Holy shit, her eyes are rolling in the back of her head. Hey, Aria. Okay, sorry about that. Didn't mean to yell into the mic. I didn't know if she was having a dream or a seizure, though. Anywho. I mean, I don't think the popcorn's a bad thing for AMC. I don't think it's a make or break thing. I don't see headlines saying Adam Aaron saves failing movie chain with brilliant Orville Redenbacher competition. But I think he's also about a year and a half late on this. But nonetheless, if people bought Donald Trump NFTs, people will buy AMC popcorn. Power hour FOMO play. Okay, Martin, give me 2 seconds. I'm by the windows, by the walls right now, and then as soon as I get back to the computer, I'll check that out for you, brother. It's been a long day, Martin. I shoveled a lot of ice, broke a lot of ice, and sorry, I need a few minutes of relaxation here at Power Hour Outside the Charts. You are listening to MIA all day long and all night strong. What did he pay for them to buy? What were they going for? Weren't they like $10,000 or something? Or were they $1,000? Or were they 100? I don't even remember how much they were. They sold 1,000 of them, right? Or 10,000 of them. I had to chop a lot of that. He bought them at 100. Well, it's Friday, Bree. My car's a ice cube out there. That's a pretty solid investment, 100 to 1,400. I still would never. This song gets me every time because I can't tell if this song is skipping or what is going. I could possibly see some poker tonight. Hopefully, Enzo's all good. I guess my beef with the NFTs, Tiny, was at the time that he announced them. I thought it was a LeBron James taking my talents to South Beach type thing, where like he hyped it up. I thought we were getting some kind of major announcement, and it just seemed like to me it seemed like a grifter move. Like it seemed almost too outlandish to even be true. Like, hey, I'm making a big announcement tomorrow. People are thinking, oh, someone's getting indicted. This is happening. Maybe that's happening. Such and such is happening. And it's like, what? You're selling a Garbage Pail Kid NFTs? I don't know. You know, Tiny, I'm a voice that both sides hate. All right, Martin, I'm going to check that DCRD. Hold on 1 second. All right. Wow, it's funny, Tiny, because before I seen your previous comment, when I seen you say there's a rumor that something isn't coded in the NFTs, the very first thing I thought of was remember to drink your Ovaltine, which would be probably like the second best thing that could be in there. I would applaud it if that's what was in there. What are we looking at here? Martin, where we at? GTRD? DCRD. DCRD. Decarbonization halted upside. Oh, this those SPAC apes again? Back at it? I got nothing for you, Martin. It's at all-time highs right now. Yeah. I mean, it's the play, Martin. It's know when to exit. The volume is tremendously low, though, Martin. Tremendously low. So, but okay, so look at this, Martin. In the last 5 minutes, more than half of the volume came in. 17,718 trades, and it's only 38,000 trades so far today. So a volume pump here can send this thing wherever. But the people that bought right here, Martin, if you're looking at my chart right here, this little guy right here, these people that bought, they're selling right at this little guy up here. So they're in 13, bam, 15, 24. They're out. So all you got right now is a feeding frenzy, free for all. Let's see how it comes back from this halt. What kind of volume comes in on it. Oh, snap. Tiny threw some steaks and glizzies on the grill. I got a pot roast cooking downstairs. It's sunny here, but it's not nice. But enjoy, Tiny. That's what Fridays are all about. Martin, we'll come back to this as soon as it comes out from the halt. AMC trying. Let's go green on the day, AMC. Come on, you got it in you. You got it in you. Little late Friday rally ain't gonna hurt nobody. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. When there's dancing, babe. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. All right, we got 37 minutes left in the week. Short week, but the damage didn't take as many days for the damage to be done. And next week we start all over again. That would be a hot dog. Arctic Fox. I was out of the loop on that too. I think it was Caesar C that filled me in, kept me up to date on what the glizzies were. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's what they are. Been halted for about 8 minutes. We'll see. This might be a 15-minute halt. Let's check the so a few things flip. Basic materials went green. That's up 0.2%. Financial services up 0.25%. Utilities up slightly. Energy only down 0.33%. Consumer, defensive, and industrials both down just over 0.5%, along with non-cyclicals. Healthcare down 0.5%. Communication down nearly 1.5%. Same with consumer cyclicals. Real estate down 1.62%, and tech down 1.78%. DCRD still halted. Who's got some interesting plans, schemes, anything going on over the weekend? Hot dog. Hey, Nor, don't you want to go to Mars with a sandwich and a dead guy? Ain't nothing nice to talk about on here. I'm looking for some positivity in these markets. Maybe this DCRD can hit for Martin. Let's see what we got for news. Amazon hit with OSHA citation, its 7th warehouse this year. NATO would envelope Ukraine in defense pact under new plan pitched by big European. Yeah, they had a little bit of peace planning, I guess you would say. Lucid appears to have a demand problem. One laid off tech workers Odyssey, 5 months, 25 interviews, and 100 job applications. And Beyond Meat. Okay, Ace Lee giving the alternate version. DCRD unhalted. So volume just about doubled after that halt, Martin. 37,000 trades came in immediately after. Jumped up to 1760 or 1736. I don't know. I don't know if this kind of volume is going to cut it. The strange thing too is this volume still only half of the 90-day average. 90-day average 166,000 trades. We're at 85,000 now, with 67 of that coming in the last 10 minutes. The old tube steak boogie. Yep. DCRD falling a little bit now, 1460. So 45% gains there. AMC at 618. We got 31 minutes left. APE at 225. And across that, S&P top 10, Apple down just over 2%. Microsoft down the exact same. DCRD halted to the downside, 1460. We'll see, Martin. Things may get squirrely coming back out of this halt. I mean, nothing to really base this on, but you're looking to either fall back to the $11 level or maybe shoot up to where near you just touched 1736. I'd say it's 100% crapshoot though. What happens, and I don't know. Halts don't historically seem to favor the retail trader, so do with that what you will, Martin. Amazon down over 3%. Tesla down close to 3%. Hold on, this dog wants in. I've seen it one too many times. One too many times, Tiny. BBBY dipping. 152 on BBBY. Oh, you want to come up? Come on. Come on. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Sorry, guys. You probably can't see them, but I've got 2 dogs on my lap. Okay, so something's got to give here, guys. All right. I'm trying, guys. Welcome back, my lady. Welcome back. Welcome back. Get out of there. It's coffee. Don't sit on him. Come on. What are you doing? You can't sit on him like that. He's old. Go. Jiffy pop on a campfire. I don't know if I've ever tried that. Yeah, you know what it's like, my lady. You know what it's like. And now she's on the ground. She was trying to lay on top of the other one. It's right here. Now she's on the ground giving me the sad puppy dog eyes. 26 minutes, baby girl. Then it's the weekend. Relax. So DCRD still halted downside. That bear we were keeping an eye on earlier that ran up to 1245. That's at 742. What else were we looking at earlier? Wow, look at Nick DePrima's Avia up 33% today. Avia. I'll tell you what has been strong has been this Simon holding above 49 cents, 3% gains on a day like this where the market's heading back south. Looking closer to where we open now. The Dow down back over 1%, S&P down 1.2%, and the NASDAQ closing in on 2% losses. Stop looking at me like that, dog. Lunar, LUNR, another one we were watching earlier that had a bunch of halts. That is 25.54, reached a high of 38.98, up 25%. Yes, heavy too. Heavy and big. She's ate a lot of stuff that's not food to help herself grow. Trust me. That should be a tax write-off. I think maybe our local Congress people or something can do something about that. I feel like if a dog destroys something, you should be able to write it off. Hey, old timer. Oh, baby. Well, and to touch on that, Tiny, and maybe they do have this and I'm just deprived. I would have thought by now, or maybe this is something we should look into, is kernel-less popcorn. If they can make I Can't Believe It's Not a Hamburger, they should be able to make some I Can't Believe It's Not kernel corn. So maybe we should look into that, Tiny. Because I think that's something that would appeal. Now, if Adam Aaron would have came out with that, if he would have came out and made like a commercial with people trying to get kernels out of their teeth and stuff. Are you tired of kernels stuck in your teeth after a bag of popcorn? Well, don't look any further. We've got new AMC kernelless popcorn coming to shelves near you soon. That would have been huge. Huge. I mean, you're not going to not buy kernelless popcorn. You go into a store, I don't care how pro kernel you are. If there's a popcorn that's got kernels or not kernels, 80% of the time you're going to buy that kernelless corn. Exactly. If they can do it with nuggets, why not the popcorn? It's yeah, Arctic Fox. I think it's from growing up without cable and falling asleep at night, and the only two things that were on TV were infomercials or MASH. And MASH, I know it's a great show and I respect it and all that, but I hear that theme song and I want to throw something through a wall. But I think the other side of it is I think I secretly, without really knowing it, had this inner dream to be like an infomercial guy. Not the guy selling the shit, but the guy like asking the dumb questions to the guy selling it. You know, the dude that wore the Cosby sweaters and would be like, "But Steve, does it really work in water?" That guy. So I think that was, if I ever went into like deep hypnosis or like went and did some of that Aaron Rodgers ayahuasca, it would probably be revealed that some of my biggest heroes were like Billy Mays and that guy that I just spoke of. And now, deep thoughts. 21 minutes, guys. 21 minutes. This is a week, I have to say, I'm okay with putting it to bed. It's been a week. Hit a tree, fell on my face in the ice a couple times. Yep, it's been a real gem. But we're almost through it. DCRD unhalted. Excuse me, guys. Unhalted 1490, not moving though at all. I love it. I love it. I never really thought about that. You could easily, and the best thing is, Tiny, is like you can find deep thoughts that look like it's like official stuff. My favorite one is still, before you criticize somebody, make sure you walk a mile in their shoes. This way, when you do it, you're a mile away from them and you have their shoes. I don't think those could fly nowadays. I think Jack Handy would definitely be canceled. No doubt. And now, deep thoughts with Jack Handy. I forgot who used to do the voice on Saturday Night Live, too. Whoever did the narration for that was amazing. All right, 10 most amazing deep thoughts. If I ever get real rich, I hope I'm not real mean to poor people like I am now. It's awful. If trees could scream, would we be so cavalier about cutting them down? We might, if they screamed all the time for no good reason. Sometimes I think you have to march right in and demand your rights, even if you don't know what your rights are or who the person is you're talking to. Then on the way out, slam the door. These are really words to live by. To me, boxing is like a ballet, except there's no music, no choreography, and the dancers hit each other. Sometimes, when I reflect back on all the beer I drink, I feel ashamed. Then I look into the glass and think about the workers in the brewery and all of their hopes and dreams. If I didn't drink this beer, they might be out of work and their dreams would be shattered. Then I say to myself, is it better that I drink this beer and let their dreams come true than to be selfish and worry about my liver? Deep. That's why they call them deep thoughts. That's exactly why. All right, 17 minutes. 17 minutes. We're in the home stretch. It's not looking like the day is going to finish green. But you know what? If anything, it's one of those weeks too with like AMC where we've seen a lot of movement early in the week, and there's probably some disappointment, but we're still well over that $8 mark, so we're well above 801. We've got 838 if you're talking about a combined total. So again, let's look at the positives here, guys. This downside we knew was coming in the market. We knew it was inevitable. And I'm not saying that it's over, but eventually you keep piling data that goes against the plan of of either bringing down inflation without causing a recession or bringing down inflation by taking some kind of strong move, which I don't know if we're going to see, but what did you use to make that, Tiny? That's great. That looks like the Grinch. It looks like the Grinch face, like talking. That's pretty sweet. Well done, Tiny. Well done. Bayer trying to make a little pump back over that $8 mark. Still up 78% on the day. 790. DCRD holding right around 1440. Man, you see some of these deep fakes, they're getting especially just the audio, like there's a good one out right now with Rogan and Jordan Peterson. And I forget what they're talking about, something like outlandish, but if you didn't know any, like if you just listened to it real quick, you would be like, yeah, that completely sounds official. And somebody made a good point, Adam Curry, actually, on No Agenda. He's a little fearful that because so many people listen to podcasts and content at 1.5 or 2 times speed, which I don't. I never have, but I know people that do, that power through podcasts, speed it up a little bit. His thing is that, and it's definitely a little tinfoil hatty, but his thing is that we're conditioning our brain to not be able to recognize. So we essentially are conditioning ourselves to not be able to recognize real audio from deep fake audio. Not even as far as video goes. SRNEQ. So is this an OTC stock now? Is that what happens when you add the Q? We've seen that with quite a few. Party City, I think, had that. The one that Nick was following, Avia Q. I believe that. Let me know if I'm wrong on that, but I believe that's what it is. But that's up 33%. That Avia Q was up. And I'm assuming that's also why there's no level 2 data on these. No, keep them coming. Keep them coming. I'm gonna save them till I can hear the audio better because I got the music from the stream in one ear. Hey, I like it. I like it, Tiny. Birdie Hunter, welcome back. Ah, Birdie Hunter's gone American. Esther and Blizzard baked the apple pie dessert. Birdie, always an honest man. The outside was just a bit overdone. Just as I like it. I'll have a glorious breakfast tomorrow. Look at Birdie. I'm walking on sunshine. Yeah, it used to be SRNE, so I think that's because, like I said, I know Party City went OTC and essentially kept the same ticker but just added a Q. But I don't know if that's a hard and fast rule, if that's how it works when there's a delisting. NASDAQ back over that 2% loss, so we're back to where we started. S&P down 1.36%, the Dow down 1.23%, and NASDAQ again down over 2%. Apple pie dessert. I got a pot roast slow cooking down there, Birdie. What you know about it? Got all the fixins in it. All the fixins. That thing's smelling like $1,000,000 down there. It's been cooking for about almost 4 hours now. 3.5 hours. So I got that going for me. And DCRD looks like the momentum kind of tailed off. Wanted to do something. Still holding 37.5% gains. See if anything's making a late move here. Oh, United Health falling off a cliff here at the end of the day. SQ's taking off. Yeah, NASDAQ just plummeted in the last 15 minutes. Those SQs up 6% now. Over the $40 mark. And I thought I remember somebody calling out the $40 SQs maybe yesterday. Good call, whoever that was. BBBY fighting, trying to stay green here. And had a lot of volume coming in there for a while and then just petered off. A little bit after lunch, volume started coming off. Let's go, Amy. Let's go, Amy. You can finish in the green. Come on, Amy. Come on, Amy. 620 on AMC, down just 0.5% now. Come on in, Birdie. Come on in. Always like to hear from a birdie hunter. You know your way into the studio. Took the profits on your $40 calls. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Six minutes left, guys. Remember to close out anything that you may have lingering around. Or if you're looking at, this is where gambling could pay off. But again, football season's over. So for any of you degenerate gamblers out there, don't have a big game to bet on this weekend. This is where you're down. Maybe something to the upside isn't isn't too risky. And I think that was a knock at the door. Ah, Mr. Hunter.
Hey, MIA.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let me fix the audio on the other side, and let's grab a glass of Chardonnay to rip it up.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. After 5 minutes, I will go get a glass of that myself.
Yeah, nice.
Enjoying you.
Cheers to that.
Cheers, my friend.
I'll
Congrats
keep
on
the
another.
bottle to just be sure that we can have a proper toast.
Yes, absolutely. And congrats on another movement moving forward. Bringing alpacas into the mix. I did not have that on my birdie bingo card, but
No, this was a really good week. A really good week.
Awesome. Not such a good
Extremely
week.
busy, but a really good one.
That's where you thrive, though. That's where you thrive. The busier, the better. I hear a happy family there, so that's always a good sign.
Yeah, you can hear them laugh in the background, I guess. But great week. And the opposite of that is that you don't have time to follow the markets.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. Although today I think was a realization of how the Fed's plan isn't working and where the economy really is, and I think that's why we've seen this downside today. Is inflation is here to stay. I think it's going to be accepted. I mean, I don't think it'll stay this high, but I think 2% is like saying gas is going to come back down to $1 a gallon. It's just things that aren't going to happen. It's going to be an acceptance of, okay, well, inflation will be around 4 or 5%, and we'll be fine with it.
True. But did you read my comment earlier today before your break that we got our new proposal for our energy bill from the 1st of April? And that's down 40%.
Really?
Yeah, it is. Energy, the electricity is down only 25%, but gas is down 60%. And if you combine that in your electricity or energy bill, it is down 40%. And that has everything to do with the actual price, but not the taxes. And that's the robbery we have all been facing in the United States and especially in Europe. They just kept raising the taxes on energy. And now that the natural gas price is below 2018 prices, it is percentage of a base. And if the base is that low, they can hardly keep getting the prices up. They need to tax it even more. But that's not something they will get away with in Europe at this moment.
Well, at least you're seeing. I've yet to see that. Maybe I'm delayed. I've yet to see any kind of breaks in my energy bills, but hopefully maybe they'll come in my way.
Yeah, I think it will, because we are paying extremely high prices for the US liquid gas that is sent overseas to Europe. So you should benefit of our suffer.
You would think that. I got a giant waterfall in my backyard that generates power for millions of people, and you would think that we would get, some kind that even if we didn't get a discount, that we would at least get our power from here, and we don't even get that.
Of course. Yeah, you should. Yeah, I'm living 25 kilometers from one of the 2 nuclear power plants in the Netherlands, and we still pay the highest price. It's just amazing. But hey, that's just you and me.
Yeah.
The average people.
What do you think about was it the what are they calling this little group? What was it? France, Germany, and maybe the UK or somebody putting together this plan to concede a little bit to Putin and still. But Blinken came out and said nothing. I love that he's the guy that makes this decision. Says that anything with Russia getting any concessions is unacceptable.
Yeah, I think what you mean, the talk in Europe. I don't know what's in the mainstream
Yeah,
media.
it was three countries. That's what they were. That's how they were pegging it here just a little while ago. Three countries. I think it was Germany, France, and the UK. I could be off, but basically contributing more money and defenses to Ukraine, but having a plan, like basically contributing this stuff to so that Ukrainians could protect themselves after this war is ending. Like I don't know how sincere they are or if this is going to go anywhere, but it's some of the first talk that I've seen with an actual even mentioning peace negotiations.
Okay, but in Europe there's different talks over since Wednesday, and that's the president of Hungary, and he is actually demanding a ceasefire in the European Union. But you won't see that in regular news, of course. But he's demanding that, and he gets a lot of likes on Twitter on this proposal from all over Europe and also outside of Europe. At least get a ceasefire and start talking, people. Come on.
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
And there's the bell, Arctic Fox alerting us.
That is it. Ding, ding, ding. Another week in the books.
Only 2 months, Arctic Fox, and then you'll be in my car somewhere in the Netherlands.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Let me run and grab a beverage real quick and come right back.
Yeah, oh, for sure. No, but we Arctic Fox and I already talked about it. We should try and I should at least try and get a camera rolling from my mobile phone, so that when we are somewhere in the Netherlands, that we can actually live stream when we meet and do some sightseeing in the Netherlands, while MIA is hosting the stream. That should be great. I actually got some presents for you already, Arctic Fox. You know that. I told you. But how was the week, guys? I was expecting a lot more downside. This is why I kept my SQs in my portfolio. I bought some more at the end of last week. They did pay out, but not as much as I was hoping for. But hey, a profit is a profit. I sold them today for about 20-30% gains, and that's okay. But I was expecting a big drop in the NASDAQ somewhere midweek, and that didn't play out. But we've got time, and I didn't buy new positions to the downside today as the markets was red. I will wait till the open on Monday. You never know what's going to happen. Maybe they need to rebound tomorrow or on Monday and Tuesday, and then let's reposition. That's my plan, at least. To the downside, that is, to the SQs, SDAOs, and the puts on the AEX. I'm not having any calls or puts on the exchanges at this moment myself. And there's Bullfrogging. I hope to catch up with you, any of you guys, during the weekend. I really didn't have any time on my hands during the week, and next week will even be worse. A lot of traveling going on next week and the week after. as well. Yeah. So busy days, and I'm really enjoying the weekends. And this weekend, I was talking about it earlier that I was going to do some cross country skiing in Belgium in the hills, but we changed the plans because Floris wants to join me, and we are just going to hike in the forest in Belgium and enjoy the snow. So it's a father-son event on Sunday. Tiny, are you still here? Tiny boxes. How did you do with your BBBY calls? You were YOLOing in out of boredom, basically. But hey, every now and then, especially on a Friday afternoon or Friday morning in your place of the world, how did you do? Did you sell them? Did you take a tiny profit, or maybe even 10%? Yeah, you will be, Arctic Fox. You will be. And therefore, let me just double check. Blizzard, Lieselot, wanneer is Koningsdag? 27, niet 26. Okay. So, yeah, Arctic Fox, the King's Day will be the 27th. And that's a no-go for me to Amsterdam, because if you are there, you're fine, but you can't travel to Amsterdam. So the 26th is all right. We can do a lot, but not on the day after. So you need to stay still in Amsterdam or be out before that. But it's a nice day to be in Amsterdam. There's a lot going on. You didn't make a profit. That's a shame. It looked at the moment you talked about, hey, I'm YOLOing in. It looked like that the BBBY was moving up, but it stopped, of course.
I should probably unmute that.
Hey,
Sharon,
tiny boxes. We as flight attendants, flying personnel, we always had an excuse that it was always 4 o'clock somewhere. So if you just share that, you can easily now join us for a glass of Chardonnay. There's not a problem.
this is true. This is
I don't
true.
tell anyone. It's 10 p.m. here, so it's rather late.
Those flights from over there were pretty affordable, Birdie.
Yeah, those were decent. Yeah. I didn't mention that I was bringing golf gear and skis and things like that yet, but maybe I shouldn't even do it. Just fly over or rent some.
Yeah, I mean that's what I've done with. I've never traveled with my golf clubs. Unfortunately, I've always rented them when I.
Yeah. As long as I make one birdie in the United States, I will be a happy birdie.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll make it happen.
I paid more for just a flight from here to Florida.
Okay. Well, that's not so okay. Why is that?
I don't know. I don't know if it's that flights don't pay as much, or there's not as many hubs. I don't know why flights are so ridiculous right now. Maybe it's not for everywhere, but even my buddy's down there right now. He's supposed to come home. He was supposed to come home Monday, but they pushed it to Wednesday, and they're saving like $700 by flying out 2 days later on each flight.
Yeah, that's worth staying a bit longer.
Well, and you got all this talk around them clamping down on fees and stuff, so maybe they're just trying to get everything they can right now. I don't know.
But I do believe that we are at a pivot point in this ridiculous anti-flight things and energy things, and We have elections coming up in 3 weeks' time. On the 15th of March, we have elections, and that's for our. It's not a. Maybe I'm trying to compare it to your elections. It's not about the government or not about the presidency, but it's more or less the House to compare to your system. So any law that will be proposed in our government has to pass the House as well. And that's our first chamber, as we call it. And we have elections for that first chamber and for the regions in the Netherlands, the city council and the provinces. And this is a big deal because the campaigns are just ridiculous. It's us against them. It's pro-COVID against COVID. It's pro-Green Deal against Green Deal. And it's happening all over, and it's a harsh fight. It's just incredible if you see that the people don't even talk to each other on television. They just walk away if there's a critical question asked. It's amazing to see. But we are at the end of this ridiculous time, I think.
Yeah, I'm hopeful. I think we're coming out of it. It's like waking up from a bad dream.
At least our Fauci, our Dr. Fauci in the Netherlands, he's called what's his name? He's more or less not important anymore. But this guy explained that COVID is finally over in Europe. We don't need any masks. We don't need anything from boosters anymore. And he explained that on national television. How odd, 3 weeks before an election. But it's finally over. It's declared finished. It's nothing more than...
Ours doesn't end until May 11th.
Okay.
But there's a lot of talk of us handing over a lot of our freedoms to the WHO and things like that. So,
but at least there's light at the end of the tunnel. And imagine that I'm just openly thinking and talking in the chat about visiting the United States again.
Yeah.
A year ago, I didn't think it would happen.
Yeah, we've definitely come a long way. I think Tiny makes a great point, though, because I think if I was a betting man, I would go 50-50. Are we coming out of the clouds, or was that a test run of something bigger?
Yeah. But let's go back a couple of months when we explained, you and I, especially not only on YouTube, especially outside of YouTube, we were talking about when will the central bank digital currency be introduced. And I said probably first or second quarter of the next year. And now they are trying to make people believe that we need it. But I don't expect it to be introduced on a mandatory base in this year, because they will not have the follow-up. That they will not be able to do it because of technical.
I'll agree half with you there. I don't think we'll see it be mandatory, but I don't unfortunately think that we need it to be mandatory, because I think first off, I think they'll offer some form of debt forgiveness to incentivize people to switch over. The only
way to do that is to have a market crash.
Well, that could happen, and I could see now. Okay, put your tinfoil hat on. It's Friday, and we're having some wine.
Yes.
I could see the abolishment of the Fed. I could see everything pinned on the Fed, a whole new 3-letter organization brought about that runs the digital currency. something with some kind of flashy name, some new agency. This was all the Fed's fault. This is why everything happened, because they let everything get out of control. Da 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 da. We need a digital dollar. Here you go. We seen what happened with Bitcoin. We learned our lesson. So here, get this. And basically let people start from scratch. It lends more credo to the term Great Reset, and unfortunately, I think enough people are, if faced with okay, everything's going to be converted over to digital currency, there'll probably be a lot of fine print as far as you not really owning stuff like that, and I think people will just agree to the terms, and you're going to wipe my $10,000 in credit card debt out, and all I got to do is stop spending real money and just play with your. And I feel like a lot of people will do it.
Yeah, but somehow I do believe that they have lost total control over this project. Let's call it a project, because otherwise we would have seen a follow-up on the COVID story. And at the end of the day, a lot of people didn't buy it. And yes, they tried to introduce that, and because of that, they introduced the QR codes to enter a restaurant and things like that. But the opposition all over the globe was so harsh that people in all those parliaments, all controlled by someone called Klaus Schwab. Stop me if I'm ruining your channel.
No. I'm going to play devil's advocate on you just to have conversation.
They just couldn't pull it through, and now we are at the eye of the storm, and everything they've done will cost money, and we will see that backlash. We will see that. We will survive. It will get better. After that, it will get better, but not in the way they expected and they planned it. I think a lot of people have woken up.
Well, this is what scares me, though, is hypothetically all the stuff that you just said, all the stuff that was pushed back on, the way that we reacted to everything. I feel like that was part of the experiment. So now they know what we pushed back on. They know what we accepted. And when I say we, I don't mean open-minded people like pretty much everybody in the chat. I mean just the masses. That's where I fear bringing AI into it, bringing data sets into it, and to even get more tinfoil hatty. Not saying that Elon did this on purpose or anything like that, but now they've got a full data set. So for 2 years, they had just one side. They had the narrative. That's all you've seen on Twitter. People that opposed to it were shut down. Then Elon came in and opened up the floodgates. So now you've got. Hey.
But there's Blizzard. But I don't want to interrupt you because I totally agree in what you're saying. But I wanted to make a remark on what Randy is stating. All Keynes economists need to be jailed, and all politicians that have applied Keynes policies should be jailed. And this is why I waved to Blizzard. And I studied economics when I was really young. And my daughter Blizzard came to me once and she asked me, what's Keynes and what's this theory? And I said, just forget about it because it's rubbish. Don't learn it.
Yeah, I remember that. I think it was like 14.
So I wanted to
I did it in high school and yeah.
Nice. It all comes full circle.
Yeah, it does. It does. Because it makes complete nonsense. The Keynes model. More government is not good for anyone.
It wasn't even relevant like 100 years ago, so why should we still learn about this schools nowadays?
It's so refreshing to hear a young person speak logically. I love it.
But it's also good.
Awful that you don't have it around you.
I can see a reason why you learn about Keynes, because
As a historic event.
yeah, and you need to know what not to do, and you
Yeah.
need examples for that. So that's the only reason why it should be one page in an economics book.
Like, oh, by the way, this also
One
happened.
page,
It failed. This and this is why, but let's not
Yeah.
think about it anymore.
No, but this is how we think about that in the birdie
but-
house.
But then to come back on the comment from Randy, I don't think they should all be drilled. I think they just need like new education. I need to think. I think they need to learn how to think for themselves and then make up everything together. And they're like, okay, well, that's not going to fix the problem, right? They need to think for themselves and then see logically that this is not helping. They've just been programmed, and they're not learning for themselves and not thinking for themselves clearly. So they've learned Keynes is the way to go, and so that's what they speak and what they apply, right? That's not based on what they actually think. So I think they just need to be, onder curatele. I think they just need to be addressed to
Under guidance.
Under guidance, that's the
But
word.
what you basically mean is that everyone with a PhD on Keynes
Economics as a whole.
should have a paper trading account for at least 2 years to make sure that they realize that it doesn't work, and then go into the real
The
world.
thing is, you have two ways this works, right? You have the people that actually believe in Keynes, and they'll mess up anyway. They'll make economic mistakes anyway. And then there's also people that speak Keynes but actually do the other way because they know how it works, and those people are horrible, and those should be jailed. If
That's
they know what they're doing. The caddies.
Yeah, we know them.
When you know, right?
Yeah.
So that's our point of view on that.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Don't say sorry. That's listen. Hearing Blizzard, just how I don't know what the word that I'm looking for that would describe it in Dutch. Just the almost elegant, but just educated, thoughtful, logical way. And I hate to keep calling her a young person. I don't mean to I just mean.
She's young. She's 21 only.
It gives me hope. It gives me hope. It really does.
Yeah, but there is hope. There's always hope. Of course there is. And a lot of people are waking up. That's my hope for this year. And
We are, but I think still, I think as an American, I think it's going to be tough because I think we are such a prideful people. We all sides of the aisle. We're very pro-American. We're very. And I think people having to, just like anything else in life, just like when you have to make self-assessments of mistakes that you've made or things that it's a lot of people don't want to accept that our country can do bad things too. And trust me, I love my country more than anything. There's no place in the world I would rather be. I never fought for my country. I was never a soldier. I would if I needed to. There's nothing like that, but I'm also open-minded enough to know that we're not always the good guy. It's not to say that we're whatever, but I think that's tough for a lot of people to face. I think people don't want to, people want to think that the ends always justify the means, and that we're really doing more for people. And watch Nigeria. Birdie, keep an eye on Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm following it. Yes, of course
That'll
I
be
do.
the next place. We're already calling for free and fair elections down there. So that's a telltale sign.
But that's not a small country in Africa. Nigeria is basically the heart of Africa. The major country in economics and in military power is still South Africa, but Nigeria as a group of people, and if you even go back longer in the tribes in Africa, it's a country of major impact in Central Africa. and a lot of people live there. Over 60 million people. No, a lot more. Maybe even. Blizzard, do you know by head how many people live in Nigeria? We recently Googled that.
36 million?
Now more. Let's Google it. It is a vast population, a large group of people.
I just found it odd that in the midst of everything else going on in the world, either the White House or Biden's account itself, I forget which one, tweeted out about free and fair elections for Nigeria.
220 million people. It's almost almost. It's 220 million people live in Nigeria, and if those people start a revolution, you better believe it's serious.
So I didn't. Do you know anything? Like I have to say I haven't. This I just seen yesterday. I think was the tweet, or maybe the day before. What's the like? Do you know? Do you have any context to that of what's going on there? That right now is when we need to enforce free and fair elections in Nigeria.
No, I don't have direct contact in Nigeria. No, not whatsoever. In fact, when we were working for KLM, I went to Nigeria once and Esther several times. And the last period, and I'm talking early 2000s, I said, just don't go there anymore because it's dangerous. And it's just a mess. And there's riots all over. And every 3 years, the government is attacked, and it's all corrupt. It's a difficult situation in countries like Nigeria. And now it's an incident, and maybe it's highlighted in your news, but to me, it's not news.
Well, it's just like so it's sandwiched in the middle of a bunch of other tweets about Ukraine, this and that. And yesterday, President Biden tweets, "All Nigerians deserve a chance to choose their new leader through a free, fair, transparent, and peaceful process. As election day nears, I urge the political parties and candidates to live up to their pledge to respect the election results and support a peaceful transition."
Yeah, I would have
odd timing. I don't know.
It's just another way of. Last week we had UFOs, didn't we? Now it's Nigeria. What's it next week?
I'll have to check my bingo card. We're getting into Easter, so they could play off of bunnies somehow. There could be bunnies with some kind of contagious disease that would stir shit up, or chickens. Chickens over here, for some reason, people give each other chicken eggs or chickens or something on Easter. So maybe we see a train derailment that contaminates some chickens with.
Any new trains with chemicals all of a sudden derailing? I saw at least 10 in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, it's eye-opening because there's a lot more train derailments in this country than I would ever have guessed. Like, I thought these were rare occurrences, but apparently they're not. But obviously there's different levels of them. And I think what they call it, but the ones that we've seen recently have been disastrous ones that have been avoided. And
I'm really worried, and I'm not nowhere near Ohio, but what I'm seeing in videos and interviews of people living there, this is just a disaster. And the way it is has polluted the land and the water and the river, the Ohio River, this will have an impact. And it's just amazing to me that it's not in the news. Of course, we know why, but there must be at some point there must be a turning point.
But even that situation is something that Americans can't stand behind. That is a bipartisan issue. What's going on there? One side's blaming the administration and Buttigieg not going there and this, that, and the other thing. The other side comes back with the, well, Trump didn't go to any train derailments and Trump did this and Trump's policies, which Trump did ease some policies, but it's been proven now that Trump easing those policies, or if Buttigieg would have reinstated those policies, wouldn't have made a difference in this. So you can't blame that policy. You can't. So people are just fighting about it. There's not we don't care about the people. They're like, it's ridiculous. Greta's not there. Greta hasn't shown up yet.
No. I think her role is a bit so 2020.
Did you see them? Well, I don't know if it made like global, but you had like the mayor and some other dipshits like fake drinking the water. It was like Flint, Michigan all over again, or Pennsylvania in the early days of fracking when you could light your water on fire and politicians would fake drinking water to say that it was all good. Like it's crazy.
I did see our Minister of Wealth. He took in 2020, 2021. I need to be spot on. He took 8 shots in his arm on television. 8. I did see that, and that was fake. But I never saw some politician drink polluted water. No, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
No. Martin Apollo, where did you make your biggest gain this week? I saw you on the chat. Every now and then I was able to just click on the OTC and see who was there. And I saw you were there. So
I would say OCEA, Martin had to at least 100%. Probably more than that. I'm not sure where he got in. I think he sold it at 20, though. I know that was a big one for him. And yes, this LHDX is up between 90 and 100%. It's flicking back and forth. Martin, 27 cents.
Cool. You know, I did. I started working a full-time job in March last year, right? And I hardly took any day off since then. So I got my scorecard from the company, and not that it's of any importance to me, but it's kind of funny. So we have laws about labor in the Netherlands, and you get 25 days off. There is 6 days national holidays. And because of the line of business I'm working in, you get an extra 6.5 days. And since I'm 50 years old, I get another 1 day off. So in total, you get 25 plus 6.5 plus 1. So that's 33.5 days off. And then the 6 holidays, national holidays. But I didn't take any holiday since I started working a year ago. Because of the national holidays, I didn't start really busy, and since October, November, I turned in really busy. So I got all those holidays into this year. So now I'm set for about 60 holidays. That's on my chart. I can take at least 2 months off. And this is why I'm starting to think about, okay, when things are okay again to travel, September or next year, spring.
Yeah,
it's about time to go to the United States once again.
Yes, sir. I love it. And it's funny that you say it like that, Birdie, because since we're on here and since, you know I was one of the first ones in the community when you had an opportunity. So it's funny that you say that. So the last full year that I worked at Smokin' Joe's, I worked. It's funny because I got in trouble for exactly what you're saying, and this isn't. I worked 355 days
Uh-huh.
and got called in and got kind of bitched. Even though I was on salary, so I didn't get paid any overtime. I just whatever. But so the guy that's directly underneath Joe at Smoking Joe's, one of my best friends still works there. He messaged me yesterday. So right around the corner from me is like a minor league baseball stadium. Not like a huge one, but like a single A, if you know what that is. Like holds a couple thousand people, literally in walking distance to my house. Well, this guy is starting a team there, needs somebody to run all the concessions. Doesn't, supplying me with a workforce, same thing. I got to call him tonight to see details and stuff, but
Okay.
he's also got this other thing going, so
Cool.
it won't be a full-time thing because it's obviously seasonal, something like that, but this guy knows what I'm capable of, which is like, he knows my work ethic, so it's not anything of me. It's a question of if I want it or not. So I'm gonna talk to him tonight, and
Great.
should be
And
something
what
good.
would you be doing there?
Just basically managing everything. He said he's got a supply of workers because he's got kids from the Niagara University to intern. Like is all workers. So basically just making sure it's supplied, everything, I'm assuming. Easy stuff. And like I said, this stadium is literally, Birdie, like I could walk there in about 10 minutes, a 10-minute walk.
Great. Great.
It's right there.
And it's a positive work atmosphere because it's sports, and as
Yeah.
I know you're into sports.
Yeah.
Facilitate people to do something good. Yeah, nice.
It was just kind of cool to see. It wasn't something that I was seeking or anything like that. It was just
things happen. Yeah,
it was something that this guy knows that I'm best friends with, like the head accountant at Smoking Joe. He's like my best friend, and he works there, and he's the one that was like, hey, John was talking about this thing. He was like, I told him you could do this with your eyes closed, and he was like, yeah, absolutely, like let me get a hold of him. So
Great.
he texted me earlier. So
and you know what's gonna happen. You've seen it happening to me. If you open up to a thing like this, you never know where you end up. And I'm more than happy. I mean, a year ago, I was still kind of. Now, I was really upset because the whole situation with this pandemic just ruined my business. Basically, that's what happened. And a year from where I stopped moaning about it and started working again and taking opportunities. And well, now a year later, I'm in a totally different business, basically in the same business, but I'm doing something I wanted to do in the end of my career anyway. So, hey, just open up.
yeah, and look how far you've
Do
came
an
in
opportunity
a
and
year.
just go for it. Yeah, see where you end. Yeah, that's yeah. I would really encourage anyone who's listening and having a bit of a hard time, just open up to opportunities and just go for it.
Yeah. And like, this is something I'm never going to give up in one aspect or another. Like this is part of my life, no matter what kind of opportunity comes. Like, I'm not going to say this comes first and foremost, but this isn't a 9 to 5. Obviously, this isn't something that's going to pull me from this and not. So yeah, I'm excited to see what he has to say.
That's the start, and from this there might be contacts. That's what it's all about. A network and contacts, and I hate those words because to me that's someone with a marketing book and they swallowed it completely, and they just every now and then they just spit it out and blah, 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 like that. And you need a network. You need to be on LinkedIn and things like that. All of that might be true, but I'm 50 and I'm old-fashioned. And if I make an agreement or an appointment with someone, and I do it again and again and again, and I'm always on time, and I do what I say, and I even do a bit more than people expect, they will come back to me, and I don't need LinkedIn for that. They will talk
Absolutely.
about it at birthday parties, and they when someone asks, "Hey, where do I get a house for someone from out of the country?" they will call my name, and that's my work ethic, and this is how I work. Hey, there's a lot of roads that's leading to Rome. That's what we say in Europe, at least.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 2 pukes and a
But
juke.
this is a start, MIA. I'm excited for you. I wish you all the best. If you need any advice, just call me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
And
it, you
just
know,
go for it. Yeah, just do it.
it's like my buddy said. He's like, you could do that with your eyes closed, nothing. And like I said, it's a perfect opportunity in the sense of it's not something that I have to go dedicate my life to, and completely pull me away from this or anything.
No,
So
but
it'll be
hey,
cool. It'll be.
yeah,
Plus, I like being like I was a manager in those type situations a lot, as far as having to manage college kids that this isn't their career. They're going to be selling hot dogs and beer and stuff at baseball games, but at the same time, I know how to handle those people. Like, I know how they want to be treated, and it should be a breeze in that sense. And
do you
obviously,
know?
it's not to the extent of like what you have to do. You're dealing with careers where people are upending their lives and coming in, and you're going above and beyond with that. But like on this level, it's just show a little compassion, like be nice to people. You have to plan on people calling in, this and that, deal with it, like treat it accordingly, and go on. Should be smooth.
It will be cool. And when I visit you in September or spring next year, you will have the keys to that ballpark, won't you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Can you throw a baseball?
I got a pretty nasty curveball, pretty sick slider. Yeah, I still got it.
I would love to try, even that I'm turning 51 in a couple of weeks. I would love to try and hit a baseball out of the park. I've hit
We can arrange that.
cricket stadiums in my life, but never out of a baseball park. Would be pretty fun to try.
Yeah, the stadium's pretty cool. Like I said, it's not huge, but like when I was growing up, we had a minor league baseball team there, and I went to just about every game because it was in walking distance. Like it was awesome.
Yeah.
And they've tried to do things there, and nobody's really been too successful.
Hold it close, Randy. Hold it close.
But baseball around here, I would say baseball is probably what I imagine soccer's like in Europe. Like as far as youth, like I'm assuming, I don't know what the hell people do in Europe, but I'm just saying like 9 out of 10 kids play little league baseball in my area, like that, and that's a huge money maker because that brings tournaments that bring people in from other states, and so if you're hosting events like that, like that's just a license to print money over there.
Cool. I just poured Randy a glass of Chardonnay. I hope you enjoy it, Randy. Cheers.
I just finished my first glass here in Birdie, and this is the first alcohol I've had all year.
All year. Okay, you better get another
Excuse
one.
me. No, it's not. No, it's not. I had 2 beers. I take that back. I thought it was. I had 2 beers when I was down at the lake that night after tubing.
I saw you tubing. I bet you had the drink there.
No, I had something
It
else.
was all lies. How do you do that without anything?
It was tough. That's what we're going through right here now. I hit a tree the other night, Birdie, because I slid right through the ice. It
Okay,
was,
how did you do that? You hit a tree, slitting
yeah,
through the
in my
ice.
car. I just couldn't stop. Like it was just solid. Like it was raining ice for like 3 hours straight, and it just built up. Like the streets were eventually just like there was people. Nikki's school's been shut down. It's pretty wild. There was people ice skating in like normal parking lots, just like church parking lots. Videos of people like out there ice skating, just not even on like a little pond, just on a parking lot.
There is still footage, film actually from 1978, which was a really harsh winter in the Netherlands, where I was on skates, skating from home to school, just over the street.
Shit.
Because there was, for 3 weeks at least, there was like 5 inches of ice on the roads in the Netherlands in 1978.
Wow.
And there's a movie of it. My mom made a movie of it. It's really cool, little birdie.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it never happened since then. Every now and then we have an evening of a change in weather systems where the ground is still frozen and there's rain over it, but never like that. It was just amazing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Randy. 85? That's awful. That's awful. I hope you stayed out of the sun, Randy.
85, that's pretty warm, isn't it? I'm still not used to it. And I've been talking to you guys in the United States for 2 years, 3 years now. When did we meet? 2020, I think, January 2020 or 2021?
2021. 2 years
21,
now.
yeah.
Two
The
full years.
the first run-up of AMC.
Yeah.
Yeah. But since then, I've always known that 32 degrees is 0 for Fahrenheit.
32 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 Celsius.
Yeah. But from there, I still don't have it. I do mileage and yards to meters because of the golf I watched. But that's not a problem. It's just minus or plus 10%, basically.
Yeah. Kilometers, I don't even know if they still have it here. Like our miles per hour have like a secondary thing that's kilometers per hour on our cars.
Maybe if we finally get rid of the Biden administration, we should just as well introduce the kilometer system into the United States.
I think you guys should adapt to the miles. Miles is a cool word. Sounds better than kilometer. Sounds like something someone would some kind of denomination of cocaine someone would be selling. Miles sounds much better.
But here's the way I work nowadays. I totally agree with you. So we call a kilometer a mile from now on. So
that I could get on board with.
Yeah, we just name it a mile because you like it. But we all talk about the same distance. And hey, this is how it works.
There's a lot of opinions on that. My thing is I've never had an occupation that I used any kind of measurements or anything other than like catering, but that wasn't really a metric. Like that was more of just a different kind. Like I've never used it, so I know like mechanics. I know people that use kind of measurements more frequently have strong opinions about that, and some people love our system. Some people wish we would switch to metric and have something more universal. I don't really have an opinion on it. I guess it probably would be. It's one of the few things that like universally it makes sense. Like why wouldn't we all have the same?
Yeah,
because it doesn't change. I mean, a measurement's a measurement any which way you look at it. It's
they're trying to get us into the same digital currency anyway, so why not have the same distances in our
well, yeah, but then you have people that's why they're completely against it. You know what I mean? They'll tell you they already took away drunk driving from us, and you know what I mean? Next thing you know, they take this away. If we don't have our own, then we got strong opinions here, Birdie. Like I said, we have strong opinions about the weirdest shit too here in America. And I don't think it's even the people. I get a little bit brainwashed by social media and stuff like that, and thinking that they speak for the majority, because they really don't. Because most people, my friends, my acquaintances, they're not as outspoken on any side of the aisle as the minority of people that just have the loudest voices on places like Twitter and stuff. But the outrage over the selective outrage is just so hilarious to me. Things that we protest, things that we let slide, things that we look the other way, things that we find offensive. It's just, there's no consistency to anything. It's just I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it.
I see what you mean, but today, for instance, let's get back to first. Let's get back to the larger picture. Remember that I talked about. I gave you my opinion about Elon Musk.
Oh yeah.
I didn't this Tesla. I still don't, because he also has this Starline, and he also has this medical chip implant in the brain companies. But the way he acts over the last couple of months about free speech, and he's actually doing something on Twitter, surprises me. I still have a bit of reservation about him, but he's making a move on that. And people do change because of that. Twitter is changing. Opinions are changing. And I still believe that if you live in to my knowledge, you live in not a major city, but still in the state of New York. And if you go outside of your state and you would just take your car and drive 1,000 miles south, not to a major city, and you will meet another average American people. They will not be on Twitter talking about a Green Deal. They will be talking about how do I pay my gas bill, and I still like beef.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are not changed that much. It's just that social media has made a major impact in our lives over the last 10 years. And that has been improving, and now it's declining. And I think that's the biggest win of the last year.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Regardless of what Elon's motives are, like you said, I mean, it's
at least he opened it up.
Yeah. Plus, GTA is still working on that vegan chicken sandwich made of cauliflower. If I if I do that concession thing, GTA, we'll see if we can't roll it out there as a debut. We'll have to fly you in. You got to dress up in a vegan chicken suit. I don't know how you're going to work that out.
Did you see that link I sent you where I rented two little houses compared to American standards?
Yes.
Today in this alpaca farm.
I did.
They also have 120 cows for milk and cheese production.
Oh, nice.
But they also, when there's a male born, that they also make the meat available for people in their farm shop. And there's a lot of talk about the prices in supermarkets in the Netherlands. And if you buy cauliflower, you'll have to pay 6 or 7 euros for it. In this store, I made a picture of it, 2 euros. And it's the
Wow.
biggest cauliflower I ever saw
Nice.
from their own land.
Beautiful.
There's a lot of farms around here. It's just amazing. If people would just knew, if you go outside on your bike, just drive out of town, go to a farm, and you'll pay half the price.
Hey, Luca Bamba.
Luca
Good
Bamba.
to see you. Good to see you.
Luca Bamba and I had a conversation the other night. I
Nice.
was almost going to bed, and he said, anyone in Discord? And there was no one there. And I saw him there, so I clicked on it, and we had a little chat about this FFUUF. And that's a Canadian uranium company.
Ah, yes.
It has been going up a lot over the last months. And there was a video I saw about it during the weekend, and I took a little position. I threw in a couple of €100. So I'm basically owning 1,000 of those shares. And Luca Bamba took the same position. He bought 1,000 as well in the after hours even. I think that it's worth looking into. Just take your time over the weekend, especially Randy. Do have a look at this ticker symbol, FFUUF. Check it out. I think I posted it in Bullfrog's Discord as well, but I'm not sure.
Oh, Randy's raising his own cauliflower. Look at that.
Cheers. There you go. But to the local farmer, I happily pay €2.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting this summer to see where food prices go, especially on vegetables and stuff here anyways.
Do you make your own fries at home in the United States? Do you do that at all or not?
I used to, but now it's at the, like, French fries you're talking about?
Yeah, French fries.
I used to, but now potatoes are so expensive to just buy regular potatoes that it's cheaper to just buy pre-made French fries. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I went to this farm, this alpaca farm, and normally I just go outside. That's a mile away, 1.5 kilometers away from my home. There's a potato farm, and I buy my fresh potatoes, and I pay €3 a kilo. No, €3 for 5 kilos. I should say, should say it correctly. But this alpaca farm offered me 10 kilos of this size French fries, potatoes for €7, 10 kilos.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's, just go outside, go into the country, go to your local farmer and do your shopping there.
Yeah, it takes, like, here, I mean, I'm sure you deal with it there with certain stuff. Like here, now we don't get anything out of our farmers. Like there's not, from what I see anyways, there's not any farmers that really, maybe like some very local small ones that you do any kind of farming in the wintertime here. I don't know what they do.
Hey, Gert Brooks wants to join us when I come over, play some golf.
I think he should. I think he definitely should.
I think everyone in the chat should.
Yeah.
Look at the MC. We have a green candle at the end of it. Shall I tell you a secret? Shall I tell you a little secret?
Yeah, of course.
I bought 250 more today.
AMC?
Yep.
Beautiful.
At 601.
Well, you're already up 24 cents on those bad boys. 25
Yeah.
cents.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a good part of the year, Randy, like once we get into summertime, there's a good amount of farmers markets here. Just the time frame on it's a lot more limited. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and there's a big difference. Arctic Fox, there's a big difference. We do value our quality in what you put into your French fries. And in the part of the Netherlands where I live, and unfortunately that's too far away from Amsterdam to take you to my hometown. But our ground is basically 90% clay. And the potatoes that are grown in the clay are perfect for French fries. And that's a different kind of growth and yeah, and therefore a different price, different quality. Potato is not a potato, like a glass of wine is not a glass of wine.
touche. That's one thing I'll say about McDonald's fries is they set very high standards for their French fries.
Yeah, but it's
Potatoes
not
that
French
they use.
fries. It's just compressed potato powder. It's nothing to do with French fries.
No.
But hey, sorry to ruin your American dream.
I thought it was 100% beef too.
Yeah,
No?
no. Yeah.
Okay, Luca Bamba, you're sitting good. You're sitting
Yeah,
good. Got
you're-
over 500 shares of AMC with a 551 average.
Arctic Fox, yes, probably they do. You will not get French fries in a decent restaurant in the Netherlands. You will get potatoes that are freshly prepared and then made into French fries, and you will not recognize it. If you have McDonald's as a standard, you'll be into a surprise.
Yeah. Speaking of French fries, Bertie, I've got a pot roast that I need to go tend to.
Yeah, please do. Please do. Oh, it is 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh,
We've
wow.
been hanging out way too long, as we always do. I was just
it happens.
joining you. No, but let's
always
let's
appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, that's cool. Maybe we should do another video with the friends, the round table, as you call it.
Yes, I would
On
absolutely
the
love
Sunday.
to, and I want to do it live
Create a little discussion
and have
make
it.
interview.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm available.
Shall we,
let me know. We'll talk to. We'll see whoever else wants to get involved.
Yeah. Let's set a time, because if we just open it up, it doesn't work. Let's set a
I
time.
would say the same time Sunday morning, 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. my time.
10 a.m. plus 6. Yeah, that's fine for me. That's 1600.
Or we could do it
Is
a little
that
earlier.
correct? Yeah,
Whatever. I'm up early
in-
every day, so.
Okay, let's spread the word. Anyone who is still in the chat, 1600 hours European time, 10 a.m. New York time. Just look us up in the Discord. We'll have a discussion about what's going on in the markets and what we think about it. Shall we do that, MIA?
It's good. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
in. Anybody that
Randy,
wants to join, feel
you're in?
free. Yeah, Randy, I know. Okay, awesome. I know sometimes you're busy with the family and stuff, Randy, but would love to have you. Anybody else? And even if you don't want to talk, if you want to just come and listen, feel free. I mean, we'll we'll
Same
put
to
out
you,
an announcement.
Be there if you want to, and if you want to listen in and don't want to join into the actual discussions, you're more than welcome.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, so that's what we'll do.
From the
Nikki, you want to come
Netherlands,
say goodbye to the good people?
I am
Come on.
going to say goodbye. Wish
Bye.
you. Hey, Nikki. Goodbye, Nikki.
Birdie,
Enjoy.
always appreciate you coming on, buddy, and thank Blizzard. That was awesome to hear her just be on point about it. Everything I would expect in a lawyer, right there.
Yeah. Well, we have some other discussions. Trust me. But
I
hey,
know.
guys, wish you all the best for the weekend, and hope to see you on the Sunday. Let's have a talk about what's going on.
Sounds
Goodbye
good.
for now, guys. Bye-bye.
Later, Birdie. All right, guys. Thank you all for all the love and support all week, for sticking with us today after the little hiccup this morning. You guys are absolutely amazing. I'm going to go tend to this pot roast and keep an eye out. I'm not sure. There might be some poker or something going on tonight in the Discord, but Sunday morning, look for that. And anyone that wants to participate, let us know, and we'll kind of have some topics that we're going to go over. So hit me up, and everybody have a fantastic night, fantastic weekend. Y'all are the best, and I will see you soon. Peace out, guys.
Peace.